questions listed on the closed session agenda regarding item 5.1.1. An update was provided and direction was given. Thank you.
Okay, this meeting is adjourned. We have 1 minute until our next meeting. Good to go? All right. I'm going to call to order the special study session for the city of Emeryville at 6:15 p.m. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Bouders.
Here.
Councilmember Donahue.
Here.
Councilmember Martinez.
Here.
Vice Mayor Pats.
Here.
And Mayor Medina.
Here. Can I get an approval of the final agenda?
I move approval. Second.
We have a motion from Member Donahue, a second from Vice Mayor Pats. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Bouders.
Aye.
Councilmember Donahue.
Aye.
Councilmember Martinez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Pats.
Aye.
And Mayor Medina.
Aye. Any ex parte communications to report on this item?
Yes, I've spoken with the building trades.
I have also spoken with the building trades and with Brian Donahue about this item. Anyone else? Okay. Any public comment for items not on this agenda?
Yes.
Not on this agenda?
Not on the agenda.
Okay.
Okay, I think you should do two things that I've been asking. One of the things I've been asking for years, but not this iteration of the council. Another new idea. The first thing is we should put bulletin boards like other city halls have. Public exterior bulletin boards out there on the front lawn area, like Berkeley City Hall has got it, Oakland City Hall. Every city hall in the Bay Area that I've seen has them, and they are just. They're covered in glass and they're lockable. And then I guess the city clerk would come out and put public notices in them. And that should be out in front of our city hall. It's cheap, it's easy way to disseminate information to make the government be more accessible to the citizens. Other cities do it, we should do it. The other thing I think we should do is we should invest in a table and put it over there in the corner for enough for two people to sit at. And this would be for anybody that wants to sit there, but thinking in terms of journalists, because a lot of times journalists need to have a table to set their stuff on, and including laptops and papers. And most city halls that I've been to have an area on the side with a table putatively for journalists. So I think right over there in the corner, that door doesn't get used, we could put it in front of that door. Two people could sit at it. We probably already have a table we could use, just put it in that area there for journalists. Unfortunately, there's no electrical outlet, but that's, oh well, we'll just have to make sure our batteries are charged. So, table for journalists and anybody else that wants to sit there, and community bulletin boards out in front of City Hall that the city clerk puts notices up, public notices. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment for items not on this agenda? Okay. Seeing none, let's do the study session. Charlie?
Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, we are back before you again to talk about the regulations for high-rise buildings. You may recall that the council held a study session back in February And at that study session, you directed us to do some further research and analysis, which we have now done, and we are now reporting back to you on the results of that analysis. So here's an overview of what I'm going to talk about tonight. First, a brief background, so to remind us all of how we got to where we are tonight. We analyzed several different scenarios, and I'll describe what those are. We have some hypothetical building designs to flesh out those scenarios, and I'll go through those. And then we have the financial feasibility analysis that we did on those buildings, and I'll report to you on the results of that. And then we have some discussion questions for you. So by way of background, almost a year ago, in October last year, the Council directed the Planning Commission to reconsider the unit mix regulations for buildings that are taller than the building code allows to be built out of wood, i.e. buildings that are 100 feet taller or more. And the Council expressed concern that the unit mix regulations might be discouraging developers from proposing needed housing in our high-rise, high-density core area. Staff also identified tower separation as a regulation to be re-examined. The Planning Commission held a study session on these issues last December, and the Council held a study session in February. Both the Commission and the Council expressed unanimous support for modifying the tower separation requirement, so an ordinance about that was prepared and recommended for approval by the Commission in May, and as you may recall, it was passed by the Council in July, and it has now taken effect as of August 22nd. For the unit mix and design, the consensus of the Planning Commission was to modify the requirements for buildings over 100 feet to require fewer 2- and 3-bedroom units and to allow more studios. At the City Council study session in February, a majority of the Council appeared to favor that option. However, before giving direction, you requested additional information on the effects of unit mix on the financial feasibility of high-rise developments. So we have engaged consulting architect Arnold Mamarella and economic consultants Kaiser Marston Associates to prepare this analysis. We have with us tonight Debbie Kern and Kevin Feeney from Kaiser Marston, as well as Arnold Mamarella, and they are all available to answer questions. The scenarios that we analyzed started with a hypothetical 3-acre site in the city's core area. And we looked at 5 different scenarios, including one mid-rise building, which was sort of our base case, and then 4 different high-rise scenarios. And we looked at 2 variables in those high-rise scenarios. We looked at unit mix, and we also looked at the distribution of the affordable units within the tower. For the unit mix alternatives, we considered both the city's current unit mix requirement, which is 50% 2 or more bedrooms, including 15% 3 or more bedrooms and no more than 10% studios. And then we looked at a modified unit mix requirement, which would have 30% 2 or more bedroom, including 5% 3 or more bedroom and no more than 20% studios. And for the affordable unit alternatives, we looked at distributing the units evenly throughout the entire project, or limiting them to the lower 2/3 of the building. This is the core area of the city. This is taken from the city, the general plan, city structure map. So it's the downtown, if we had a downtown. It's the core around Powell and Christie, the shaded area on this map. And this is the hypothetical site that we used. It's 300 feet by 435.6 feet, which happens to work out to exactly 3 acres, and it is surrounded on all 4 sides by city streets. The zoning of this hypothetical site is mixed use with residential in the transit hub overlay. The residential density is 85 units to the acre base and 170 units to the acre for the bonus. The floor area ratio is 3.0 base, 6.0 bonus. The height limit is 75 feet base, 100 plus feet bonus. We're assuming about 20,000 square feet of ground floor retail. We did not analyze a mixed use project because that would have made things too complicated, but we did assume a small amount of retail on the ground floor. We assumed that the city's parking, loading, bicycle parking, and open space requirements would be met by all of the scenarios, and that the affordable units and community benefits would be provided based on the city's existing development bonus system. For the unit mix alternatives, on the left we have the city's current required unit mix, which is 50% 2 and 3 bedroom, of which at least 15% must be 3, leaving 35% to be 2s. and then a maximum of 10% studios, which works out to then having 40% one bedroom. The modified requirement is 30% 2 and 3 bedroom, of which at least 5% would be 3 bedroom, leaving 25% to be 2 bedroom, and no more than 20% studios, which works out to 50% 1 bedroom.
Clarifying question from the
I
dais.
just have one question before you go on. The assumptions you're using on this slide, what was the rationale between moving 20% of all the units from the 2 bedroom and above space into 1 bedroom and below? Why 20%? So you moved 10% into 1 bedroom and 10% into studio. So it's a net change between 2 and above to 1 and below of a 20% shift. Why was that the assumption we used? Just picked a starting point randomly, or did we have a method?
Well,
for that?
it was based on, you may recall from the February study session, we looked at a number of different high-rises that had been proposed in the city. I mean, there aren't that many, but there were 3 or 4. And this appeared to be as kind of an average unit mix of what those high-rise projects proposed.
Okay.
So it's just kind of round numbers.
Okay.
For the affordable unit alternatives, our current code requires that unless the city finds compelling reasons to the contrary, the affordable units shall be dispersed throughout the development. The mix and type of affordable units shall be proportionate to those of the project as a whole and shall be comparable with the design of the base level market rate units prior to purchaser funded upgrades in terms of appearance, materials, and quality of finishes. Kaiser Marston has alerted us to a provision in the San Francisco code. They've identified the distribution of the affordable units within the project as a factor affecting financial feasibility, an important factor. And the San Francisco Planning Code, which I was previously unaware of, but Kaiser Marston alerted us to this, and I looked it up, and it says that for buildings over 120 feet in height, the affordable units may be distributed throughout the lower 2/3 of the building. And our own planning regulations in the section on the state density bonus law projects, of which we don't have very many, and none of them are high rises, stipulates that premium units such as penthouses and top floor view units shall not be required to be available as affordable units. So that's already in our code for state density bonus law projects. However, if we were to do this, to restrict the affordable units to the lower 2/3 of the building, all other requirements for the affordable units would still apply, including the proportionality of the units to the overall unit mix, the appearance, the materials, the quality of finishes, etc. The only difference would be that they would be distributed in the lower 2/3 of the building as opposed to the entire building. And by way of illustration, this is your prototypical high-rise building, and in the first alternative, the market rate and affordable units would be evenly distributed throughout the entire building, and in the second alternative, the market rate and affordable units would be distributed in the lower 2/3, and market rate units only would be in the upper third of the building, and this is the San Francisco requirement. So the scenarios that we looked at, the 5 scenarios. One is a mid-rise, having the city's current unit mix and the affordable units spread throughout the entire building. The other 4 are high rises. 2A is a high rise with the city's current unit mix and the affordable units on all floors. 2B is a high rise with a modified unit mix, that's the 30% 2 or more bedrooms and affordable units on all floors. 3A is a high rise with the current unit mix of 50% 2 or more bedroom, but the affordable units on the lower 2/3 of the floors. And 3B is the lower unit mix requirement of 30% and the affordable units on the lower 2/3 of the floors. So I know that's a lot of different scenarios and a lot of different variables. So in order to help kind of visualize it, I just made this little matrix here. So for unit mix, we have the current requirement 50% 2 or more, and the modified requirement 30% or more. And for affordable units, we have all floors or lower 2/3. So the 2A and 3A scenarios have the city's current unit mix, and 2B and 3B have the modified unit mix, and 2A and 2B have affordable units on all floors, and 3A and 3B have affordable units on the lower 2/3. So the A's are the current unit mix, and the B's are the modified unit mix, and the 2's are affordable units on all floors, and the 3's are affordable units on the lower 2/3. So I hope that clarifies which scenario is which. But first, looking at the mid-rise scenario, The first thing I think that we discovered in this analysis was that the maximum density of a 3-acre site with 170 units per acre, if you just do the math, works out to 510 units. However, that many units, as it turns out, will not physically fit within a mid-rise building envelope. The most that Arnold was able to squeeze into the mid-rise envelope is about 350 units, which equals about 117 units to the acre. And a review of 9 recent Emeryville projects confirms that they have an average density of about 104 units to the acre and a maximum of 127 units to the acre. This is for mid-rise buildings. So the takeaway from this was that to maximize density in the core area, you really need to go to high-rise construction because you simply can't fit that level of density in a mid-rise building. This is a graphic that illustrates what we found for the recent projects in Emeryville. These are the 9 recent projects, mid-rise projects, 4 in the Sherwin-Williams project, 3 in the Public Market project, and then the Nady site in Estrella Vista. And then this is our study prototype over here. As you can see, the average is 104 units to the acre. The least dense is Estrella Vista at about 77. The most dense is one of the Sherwin-Williams buildings at 127, followed closely by Marketplace Parcel D at 124. And then our study prototype is a little bit above the average at 117, but nowhere close to the 170 that you would be allowed in the core area.
Which lot is Lot 5 on the Sherwin-Williams site?
I believe that's the one that is also known as Building D, the one at the farthest north building,
Farthest north. Okay, thank you.
I think. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. So the mid-rise would have what's called 5/2 construction, meaning 5 stories of wood frame over 2 stories of concrete podium. And the unit mix would be the city's requirement, 15% 3-bedroom, 35% 2, 40% 1, and 10% studios. The average unit size is about a little over 1,000 square feet. The FAR works out to about 3.7. And because this scenario does not maximize the density or the height or the FAR, it simply is as many units as will fit in that building envelope. It does not require 100 bonus points, but it only works out to about 37 bonus points. As a result of that, this scenario would only require about 14% affordable units, which works out to 49 out of 350, as opposed to the maximum of 17%, which would have been 60 units of 350. And the community benefits would be valued at about 1.7% of construction valuation as opposed to the maximum of 5%. So with the mid-rise building in the core area, you are going to get fewer units and you'll get fewer affordable units and you'll get less community benefits than you would with a high-rise. This is the site plan for the mid-rise building. It's got parking in the middle, retail here on the ground floor, and amenities, lobby, townhouse units ringing on 3 sides. And then as you go upstairs, you have the podium level with units spaced around the courtyard, which is very typical of the mid-rise buildings that have recently been approved in Emeryville. And this is what the cross-section looks like with 2 levels of parking in the podium, retail and amenity space in the lower levels, townhouses over here in the lower levels, and then up above you have flats on this side and townhouses on this side facing onto the courtyard in the middle of the project. Oops, wrong way. So now to the high-rise scenarios, 2 and 3. The unit mix affects the design of these projects because if you go to the fewer 2 and 3 bedroom units, that means you can fit more units on a floor. And therefore the overall building can be shorter because you can get the same number of units on fewer floors. So scenarios 2A and 3A, which is the city's current unit mix of 50% 2 and 3 bedrooms, are 48 floors, while scenario 2B and 3B are 43 floors. So you lose 5 floors because of being able to have more units per floor. The distribution of the affordable units, however, does not affect the physical design. So the scenarios 2A and 3A have the same design, and scenarios 2B and 3B have the same design. So 2A and 3A, this is a high-rise with 510 units in a steel frame tower, 48 stories tall, which doesn't include the mechanical penthouse, with the city's standard current required unit mix of 15% three-bedroom, 35% twos, 40% ones, 10% studios. The average unit size, including 15 penthouse units, is a little over 1,000 square feet. The FAR is about 5.5. This project would need 100 development bonus points because it has height over 100 feet and it maximizes the residential density. Therefore, it would require 17% affordable units, or 87 units, and community benefits worth 5% of construction valuation. Scenario 2A would have the affordable units spread throughout the project, while scenario 3A, which would be physically the same, would have the affordable units only on the lower 2/3 of the building. And this is the site plan for that. I would note that the site plan for all the high rises are the same, so I won't show this again, but you'd have lobby and retail over here, and parking in the middle, and retail around the edges here, and you even have some room on the site for some park space. And then this is a podium level, which again is the same for all the scenarios, so I won't show this again either. You'd have some units, some residential amenities, and a swimming pool at the podium level. And then going up the tower, the way Arnold has designed this, the tower gets slimmer as it goes up, so the lower floors are larger than the upper floors. So on the lower floors, you have 12 units, which includes 2 3-bedrooms, 4 2-bedrooms, 4 1-bedrooms, and 2 studios. And then on the upper floors, you have 11 units, which includes 1 3-bedroom, 5 2-bedrooms, and 5 1-bedroom. And this is what it looks like in cross-section. The building's about 570 feet tall, and like I say, it's 48 stories of units, not including this mechanical penthouse up here. So 2B and 3B, these are high-rise buildings with, again, with 510 units in a steel frame tower. These are 43 stories tall, not including the penthouse, mechanical penthouse. The unit mix here would be 5% 3-bedroom, 25% 2-bedroom, 50% 1-bedroom, and 20% studios. The average unit size, including 14 penthouse units, is about 936 square feet. FAR is about 5. Again, the projects need 100 development bonus points because of height over 100 feet and maximum residential density. So you have 17 affordable units, 87 units, and community benefits worth 5% of construction valuation. And again, scenario 2B would have the affordable units spread throughout the project, while 3B would have the affordable units only on the lower 2/3, but again, physically the same. And this is the tower footprints for this scenario. So on the lower floors, you would have 14 units per floor, which would include 1 3-bedroom unit, 3 2-bedroom units, 6 1-bedroom units, and 4 studios. And on the upper floors, you'd have 12 units, which consists of 5 2-bedrooms and 7 1-bedroom. And this is what that scenario looks like. It's about 516 feet tall, and it's 43 floors of units, not including the mechanical penthouse. So those are the scenarios. Moving on to the financial feasibility of these scenarios, Kaiser Marston began with some assumptions. First, that the return on cost would be 5.05%, which is typical for the Bay Area. They assumed for the high-rise scenarios a rent premium of 5% because these are considered luxury buildings and they would command higher rents. They also assumed a view premium, which is pretty standard for high-rise buildings, where the rent increases by 0.75% for every floor above the 7th floor, because the higher you get, the better the view is, and so the rent increases as you go up the building. They performed a pro forma analysis for each of the scenarios, and that looked at the development costs, the rental income, and the financial return, which were modeled for each scenario. And then they calculated the so-called residual land value, and that is the development cost subtracted from the investment value. This basically is how much money will the project generate in order to be able to pay for the land that the project will be on. Recent land transactions in the Oakland, Berkeley, Emeryville area have averaged around $238 a square foot. So scenarios that support a land transaction cost closer to this value are more financially feasible than those with lower residual land values. Now, of course, it's not a hard and fast number. There's no bright line where you can say above this line it's feasible, below this line it's not. This is just kind of ballpark, but it's a way of comparing different scenarios to see which ones are more financially feasible than others. So their findings were that the mid-rise scenario supports a land value about $240 a square foot, which is right in line with the recent transactions in this area. The mid-rise scenario also supports a per square foot rents comparable to other recent rental projects in this area. So this was an important reality check because it told us that this scenario that we have developed is realistic, if you're considering other recent similar projects in this area. The high-rise scenarios, however, support a wide range of land values, ranging from $99 a square foot to $220 a square foot. This graph illustrates the rent per square foot, and all these projects over here are recent projects within this area. This is in the Kaiser Marston report. These dots here represent the square foot per unit versus the rent per unit. And the red dashed line with the triangles on it, that is our scenario number 1. So you can see that its rent per square foot is right in line with other recent projects in this area. And this summarizes Kaiser Marston's findings concerning residual land value. As I said, 238 was kind of a benchmark for recent transactions within this area. The mid-rise scenario supports $240 a square foot. The scenario 2A, which is a high-rise that basically would be built under our current requirements, both for unit mix and for affordable housing distribution, would yield about $99 a square foot. 2B, which relaxes the unit mix requirements but still has the affordable units spread throughout the project, yields about $191 a square foot. 3A, which has our current unit mix requirement but allows the affordable units to be on the lower 2/3 of the building, gives you about $135 a square foot. And 3B, which both relaxes the unit mix requirements and the affordable housing distribution requirements, gets about $220 a square foot. This green area up at the top that kind of fades in here is intended to illustrate the area of financial feasibility. So the closer you are to this green area and the farther into the green area you get, the more financially feasible the project would be. So as this illustrates, this scenario 3B is really the only scenario that approaches the financial feasibility of a mid-rise building. So Kaiser Marston's conclusions from this, and this is a direct quote from their report, the development economics of high-rise apartment projects could be significantly improved if the city modifies some of its regulations, including 1, reducing the required percentage of 2- and 3-bedroom units, and 2, relaxing the requirement that affordable units be evenly distributed throughout the development. With changes to these policies, it is estimated that the development economics of high-rise construction would approach the economics of mid-rise construction. So those were the findings of this analysis, and we have 3 discussion questions for you based on them. First is, does the council wish to modify the unit mix regulations for buildings over 100 feet tall to require at least 30% 2-bedroom or larger units with at least 5% 3-bedroom or larger units, which is part of the 30%, and no more than 20% studios? Does the council wish to modify the affordable housing program to allow affordable units to be limited to the lower 2/3 of buildings over 100 feet tall? And are there any other issues related to high-rise development that need to be addressed? And if so, how should they be addressed? That concludes my presentation, and I'd be happy to respond to your questions.
Can you keep the discussion questions up for us?
Yes, I'm sorry, I meant to leave them up.
All right. Any clarifying questions from the dais? I have one, and maybe Kaiser or Marston can jump in and help with this.
Sure.
Given the difference in economics between a high-rise and mid-rise as presented here, what is the motivating factor for any developer in the Bay Area to build a high-rise building?
Maybe I'll defer to Kaiser Marston. The motivation.
You're going to need to use the microphone if you respond.
Okay.
So we pay them before they should come up
There, high-rise development is challenging, but there are it's a different economics in many respects. So the rents are also much higher. The value that you can generate relative to the rents that you're able to command is also higher. And so with the right balance of a strong location and the rent premiums that you can achieve with a taller building, sometimes those factors all come together to generate a more profitable project. But it is right now, just with the way construction costs are, it's challenging not just for high-rise but for mid-rise construction as well. And the high-rise construction, because it's so dense, becomes very sensitive to these small factors that we looked at here with unit size, for example, where every little cent on the dollar for rents has this outsized effect because you have so many units packed onto a small site.
Okay, so the rent premiums were factored into your analysis, right, for high rises?
Yes.
Okay, so what's the other associated values here that I'm not seeing?
Well, the total value per unit is much higher, and so I think for a developer, there's first security in a high-rise building because it's considered unique for the market, and so it's for certain investors, that's where they want to direct their capital, and so you have access to those investors by building this premium tower that's unique for the Bay Area. The value per unit is much higher, so the offsetting factor is the costs. And for any specific project, you might be able to value engineer costs that are slightly different than what we've estimated here. So the benefit is the total value per unit is much higher. And for any given site, what you're trying to do is manage your costs in such a way that you're able to retain more of that value as profit for your investors.
Okay, and we're comparing mid-rise and high-rise via residual land value. Is that the only metric, or are there others that we should be aware of?
There is another metric that's laid out in the report, and that's return on cost. And I would say that of these two, for purposes of making broad stroke comparisons, the residual land value is helpful just because the differences really stick out. But when you look in terms of return on cost, we're talking about a difference of, let's say, 4.9% return on cost versus 5% return on cost. And the percentages really highlight that in terms of developer profit, the differences between these scenarios is significant, but not to suggest that towers aren't feasible in any of the scenarios. It's really showing that that there is a margin between mid-rise construction and towers, but on a return on cost perspective, those differences are relatively minor, and you could imagine specific projects performing better or worse and actually reaching a return on cost target that's more in line with mid-rise construction.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Debbie Kern. If I could just add a couple of comments on that. In this analysis that we presented today, it assumes, a unit mix of certain number of 2 bedrooms and 3 bedrooms, and also affordability mixes. So if you had a different unit mix for the high rise that had more studios and 1 bedrooms, and it had a lower affordability requirement instead of 17%, if it was lower, which you could have in different market areas, that then the high rise would be very profitable. So it's part of what the assumptions are that you have as going in that drives the analysis. And as Kevin said, that we're showing on a return on cost basis on some of these scenarios a very small amount. And I'm working on some projects, a high-rise project, for example, that's being funded entirely with equity dollars. And that changes the return requirements because this is based upon a standard mix of debt and equity. And so it depends, when you have to look on a specific project and how it's being funded and what its requirements are, and it could have a different return projection than what we're showing here for this standard analysis.
Okay. Thank you. Any other clarifying questions? All right then, I'll open it up for public comment. I've got one public comment card. Fran Cattell.
Hi, I'm Fran Quatell. I serve on the Budget Advisory Committee, and I live in the city of Emeryville for a long time. All of this discussion is focused on one thing: very profitable for whom? I understand that we want to attract developers, and we want developers to profit, and we want there to be a return on investment for a developer. Otherwise, nobody would build any housing here, and there would be no businesses. But I want to look at something that's gone on here that you may not be aware of. Watergate has 1,249 units. There used to be 2,000 people living there. We now have 3,800 people living there. That's about a third of the population of the city. What does that mean? It means that our package rooms are getting 4,000 to 5,000 Amazon packages a month. It means we have an incredible amount of trash. We use a lot of water. Our utility costs are sky high. We have traffic. We place a load on public and private transportation. When I look at what people will need to live in these units, I was a recruiter for technology companies for more than 30 years, and I can tell you about how you load a salary so that it covers all of the benefits, the total amount of money somebody is making. A studio that, and the taxes that they'd be paying, these are just gross numbers. Let's say a studio costs $3,000 a month. That's $36,000 a year. The person probably has to earn $50,000 a year. They're going to earn $50,000 to pay rents of $36,000 a year. So $50,000 before taxes, more or less, let's say, equates to $36,000 available for rent. They're paying $5,000 a month for rent. That means $60,000 a year for rent. They have to be earning, let's say, $80,000 before taxes to pay $60,000 in rent. $6,000 a month, they're going to pay $72,000 a year. They have to be earning about $95,000 before taxes, okay, in order to pay $72,000 a year in rent. When you have premium units where you can charge more, who are you going to be attracting? In the Bay Area, if you look at how people are paid in the city of Emeryville, let's say that a salary here is for a teacher $80,000. Let's say a tech worker $120,000, $150,000. What will happen, instead of looking at the number of units, look at the actual occupancy of what's going on. People are doubling and tripling up in order to pay high rents. This is what is going on in every area of the Bay Area. And when you look at these projects, only looking at how you can attract a developer, what the developer...
That's your time.
What the developer must make in terms of profit, please look at
Fran,
what
that's your
people will
time.
be able to afford in order to live in these buildings. Thank you.
Thank you. Some more speaker cards coming my way. Judy Timmel, while you're up.
Good evening. I'm a member of Residents United for Livable Emeryville, and I think there's a lot of livability questions here related to the unit mix, particularly. Emeryville does not need to produce more market rate luxury apartments, one bedrooms and studios. We are definitely in our RENA quotas are doing fine in that regard. What we need are affordable units, and we need family-friendly units. And I think we all agreed on that when we passed the ordinance. And so what has changed? One developer comes to you and says it's not going to work out for them, and suddenly we're changing the whole focus of our family unit mix. It doesn't make sense. We already have a high percentage of studio and one bedroom. I believe it's 67% 70% higher than most other areas in the Bay Area. We have the lowest residents per unit of any of the Bay Area, about 1.4 or 1.8, I'm not sure. We do have a school system here. What about that? Are we going to ever attract families to populate our schools? Livability includes a diversity of family size, styles of units, etc. This does not help our diversity. It really makes it worse. It's 70% studio and one-bedroom units. It's actually worsening the ratio that we have now. There was talk about appealing to investors. Is that what we want? Investors to buy these units and leave them empty? Excuse me, that's what investors do practically. Higher rents are not going to help anything in Emeryville. It's really going to raise the rents for all of the people in our city, and it's going to be a domino effect throughout the region. Thank you.
April Atencio.
Hi, April Atencio, also a member of Residents United for a Livable Emeryville. She just said everything I said I wanted to say, so ditto on her. The other thing I will add is I do feel strongly about having affordable housing throughout, because I understand why developers don't want that, because you can make more money, but to me it looks like a ghetto of having them all below. And then the only other thing I'm going to add is I'm a social worker. I work in a school. I can't afford to live in San Francisco. I have to come all the way over here because I can somewhat afford it here. So the thought of like having higher rents so that people can make money off of it, it really disturbs me. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other public comment on this item? It's okay. It's all right.
I just want to reiterate say that everything that has been said, I had wanted to address, but my concern is, of course, you want to look at what a developer, you want to look at a developer's perspective, but you also need to look at the perspective of the people living here. And we have so many families living at Watergate who are crying out for places to live. And my concerns around looking at some of these high rises, multiple. Psychologically, they're not healthy for people. Ecologically, they're not sound. New York and other cities are looking at the pollution levels coming from these buildings and are bringing in laws to address some of the problems of the emissions from these buildings. You talked about security. I want to talk about safety. The electricity goes out, and what happens when you're in the skin of a big glass building and you're 100 foot up. You know, there are so many issues. What happens if there's a fire, and how do we deal with that? I know this is a slight aside to what you're looking at, but I think it's an important part of thinking about going high rise and how high you go. So so I really want you to think long and hard about what are we looking at? Yes, we want affordable housing for people, but are we looking at making sure that the developers come away with a nice fat profit and the investors have got a nice fat profit? Are we looking at the health of our city and the people who live here? So I'd really like you to consider that. And on the last note I want to say about going high rise, particularly glass buildings, is the birds. Migratory birds are being killed by high-rise buildings that are made of glass, or they're losing their way because of the lighting of these buildings. So I'd just like to throw all those things at you one by one to think about as you look at all of these. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional public comment on this item?
First, I'd like to say Rich Robbins is in the building. That's unusual. He's here. He's graced us with his presence. Okay, I listened to the presentation, took some notes. Okay, so first of all, Charlie Bryant described the hypothetical building to you tonight here. But I'll quote Councilwoman Martinez, who said that at the last time we talked about family housing unit mix, she said, everyone knows we're talking about the ANI project. And so I'll just reiterate what Councilwoman Martinez said. I don't understand why we have to be so cagey, other than the fact that I guess it makes us look bad doing the dirty work or doing the work of a private developer here in the council chambers. But that is what we're talking about. We're talking about the ANI project. Councilwoman Martinez is correct. Okay, what is the town that this council and previous iterations of the council, what have you guys made for us? Well, you've made a town with the worst record for families in the entire Bay Area. The actual number is 1.8 people per unit. That's the lowest in the entire Bay Area. When I first moved to Emeryville, it was chock-a-block with families, this town. Now I don't know what our ranking was, but we were high in families. Now we are the worst in the entire Bay Area, getting worse every year. This ANI project, or this hypothetical project, will make it, of course, extremely exacerbate that. We are the worst now for home ownership in the entire Bay Area. We used to be a city of homeowners. Now we're a city of renters. Keeps getting worse under your watch. We are the worst for parks in the entire Bay Area. Residents per acre, we have 512 residents per acre approximately right now. These projects, the hypothetical, will dramatically make that worse. But Mr. Bryant, the planning director, said at the beginning of this presentation, we really need more housing, he said. It will provide needed housing. So I asked Mr. Bryant, and I ask you, how do you know that? How do you know that we need more housing? Where do you get your information? Because that runs counter to what the actual facts are, which is ABAG and the RENA numbers, the Regional Housing Assessment Needs, which says we have built more than enough housing. Again, Councilwoman Martinez said it best when she said we have built hugely built housing. Councilwoman Martinez said about a year and a half ago, hugely. And that's, in fact, the facts bear out, Councilwoman Martinez, that is actually accurate. So we don't need more housing. Charlie says we do. Some of you have said we do. I want to know, including Councilwoman Martinez, who contradicted herself, I want to know, where do you get that information? Because if you think we need more housing, we've got to get out of ABAG, stop paying ABAG. And our general plan says we need.
That's your time.
Yes, I'm not going over any farther than what our other speakers have said.
You're going over further now. Thank you. Okay, any additional timely public comment for this item? Okay. Thank you so much. We're going to open this up into council discussion then. Who'd like to kick us off? Councilmember Martinez?
Do you want to go through the questions, or do you just want some general comments?
Let's go through the questions one by one, or do you want to give general comments first?
I'll just give some general comments. I want to thank staff for the presentation. I think that we do need more housing in Emeryville. We need more housing in all of California. The governor is on a mission to build 3.5 units. Million. Not 3.5. Not 3.5 more units. We could cover that in one meeting. 3.5 million units before, is it 2023? Mm-hmm. And it's here in his first term. And we all need to be a part of that solution. And I like to take a moment to focus on affordable units. And the purpose of this meeting tonight is to look at unit mix. And I'm really appreciative of the information that staff provided and that Kaiser Marston provided, because it shows me that under mid-rise scenarios, we could look at 14% affordable units out of 350 units, which gets us 49 units. But suddenly, when we're in the high-rise scenarios, we're getting 87 units. So that's a difference of 37 units for the same piece of land. So can we make a difference with affordable housing? I think we can. Is this a part of the city that asks for density according to our general plan? I think it is. And are we making things easier for developers? I think that we could take action to do that. Is that to give a developer a handout? In my opinion, no. I think it's to reach the goals that are in our general plan and to reach the goals that we have for affordable housing in this city. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Donahue.
As I said before, when I requested a study, which I'm really pleased that we have this study, and I appreciate the quality of the study, that this is an existential question for our city. And we, in 2015, said what kind of a city we wanted to be when we passed the family-friendly housing. And I think that it's a question of a kind of life. When you have bigger units, you naturally have families, or the possibility of families, and roommates. And roommates create a less atomized society. Roommates make it so that you're preparing yourself to deal with other people. You have them. They're roommates. And I think that there's a socially valuable aspect to that. And I think that in creating the possibility of having families, you're creating the reality of having families and then units with roommates, is preparing to make society not just random individuals away from everyone else doing their job, not really dealing with the rest of society. You're creating a better culture, a better community when you have more units. One of the things that wasn't directly addressed is when you have more units, the actual cost to build that unit is less because you have less bathroom and kitchen component per square foot within that unit. Yes, the property may not yield as much as a high-rise, what we're calling a mid-rise, but still the cost to build that individual unit is actually less as an individual unit. The other side of this discussion has to do with the future of construction in California. You'll see the schism that we talked about. 5 stories on top of 2 stories of podium, or build to the sky high-rise, which is a different kind of construction, which is concrete and steel the way it is now. There is another kind of construction that our state is considering, and the governor is favorable towards this. The Carpenters Union is advocating for this kind of construction, which is called cross-timber lamination. People are telling me, like the Carpenters Union, feel confident that we're going to have a building code change in California that will make it more economic for us to build to these other heights, like 20 stories high, where we can more greenhouse gas efficiently build a high-rise building, maybe not as high as we're talking about at these upper stories, but I think the future looks good for us having our core area have a different kind of high-rise by this new kind of construction that's likely to be coming along. And I think that if we give up on our family-friendly housing, we're giving up on the character of the kind of community we're trying to build. And I think it's something that we shouldn't do so easily. I think there can be other developers coming along, looking at construction with this new building code that will be happening, that could yield us what we're after. So I don't propose changing our unit mix. I could be open to the lower 2/3 issue, because that could produce a little more affordability in how these buildings are built.
Thank you. Member Butters?
Can I have one more minute to formulate my thoughts?
Of course. Vice Mayor Pats?
I don't know if there's enough time to formulate all of my thoughts, so I'll take a stab at this. I like what you said about it being an existential sort of question. I struggle when we talk about the housing crisis. I struggle with the words we use because I feel like we're blaming housing and inanimate objects. We have crappy people crisis and people making bad decisions. And, you know, I love the argument for more affordable housing, but when I look at the numbers for affordable housing means if you're a teacher teaching in the Bay Area, sorry, that's sort of the default job for a college graduate, you qualify for low-income housing, you know, and if you happen to be married and have a child, you know, I qualify. If I'd have one more kid, we're term limited out at one, but one more child, I'd qualify for some of the low-income housing. I definitely qualify at the moment, but that's a separate issue. And so I struggle with that, and I look at who it's helped in the city. Affordable housing units that are being built en masse are not getting people off the streets. They're not helping families of color. It's white middle-class people who have the ability to apply for and who are getting the ability to walk through the maze of paperwork that get these low-income housing units. And I don't know if Charlie or if the city manager can bring up page 5 of the financial feasibility analysis, but this tells me all we want to do. And while they do that, I'm going to try to be clever, although somebody else stole this term. When I thought about all of these things, the phrase that kept coming to mind as we keep pushing more and more and more development at all costs, let's cut back on this regulation and that regulation so we can build more, it always hit me as this is the same economic model that got us in this place in the first place. This is the idea that we have trickle-down housing, right? If we give more at the top levels, some of that will fall down and the crumbs will land on the working class people. So I've always I just love that thought that this is trickle-down housing. So it's attachment 3. Sorry to spring this on you. No, that's the building data summary. I'm looking at
You had attachment 3 up.
the hypothetical prototypes, page 5. It's the income assumptions, the rental income assumptions. It's a nice blue and white table.
You broke it.
That seems like something I would do. Or were you talking to Mr. Bryant? Yep. Sorry, I saw it over there. I should have said yes sooner. And I also have a question for the developer, particularly on the last point that Member Donahue just raised, which is the 2/3 requirement. Yeah, that's it. So if we start looking at the rents, you know, I shop at Costco, being the person that I am, and so I always look at cost per ounce, and I think of rents in cost per square foot, not in bedrooms, because having lived in the city for 10 years, what you call a bedroom and what I call a bedroom are vastly different. I care about square footage and what I can cut up. But I love the fact that at the very bottom of the rent table, at a bargain rate of $4.87 a square foot, you get a 2,000-foot penthouse apartment, which means that for less than you would pay for 3 studio apartments, which include bathrooms and kitchens, you get a penthouse on the top floor at only $4.87 a square foot. I love that imagery. The affordability, if you look at the dividing up a 3-bedroom, as you mentioned, it becomes less than $2,000 a bedroom versus $4,000 for no bedroom. I find that kind of interesting math. So when you talk about affordability, this is where affordability comes into. The more bedrooms, the more affordable it becomes for the renter. And so this leads to my question. In the model you gave us, you put all the 3 bedrooms on the lower floors. But to me, to get to that 5% of 3 bedrooms, they're already there in the penthouse, aren't they, in these modeling? I mean,
Well, the 3 bedrooms were in the lower portion of the high-rises.
right, because it
There are-
fit nicer in the plan, but
There are some in the penthouse as well.
Yeah.
And I believe the total adds up to either 5% or 10%, depending on the scenario.
yeah. You have to come to the mic, I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you for the question. So in the examples that I produced, it was about getting the certain percentages, so that influenced a lot about how many I could put on each floor, and I couldn't put them on all floors. So it just worked out that on the unit mixes, especially with the second scenario, I had very few three bedrooms, and they just ended up going on the lower floors. On the other scenario, and the penthouse.
Right.
On the first high-rise, which has the city standards scenario, on that one, I had 2 3-bedrooms on each of the lower floors and 1 3-bedroom on each of the upper floors. Now, the upper floors were only about 16 floors, and the lower floors were 26.
Right, because 16 is
Yeah.
a third of the total.
Right, but it was never predicated on this 1/3, 2/3 for affordable units. That was strictly based on how to try to design a high-rise that didn't have just a box extruded up, 45 floors or something like that.
Right. No, I got that.
The other part came later.
Yeah. So I guess that's my question is, as we look at changing it so that affordable units don't have to be throughout, how do we ensure that the 2 and 3 bedroom units are on the bottom 2/3 if we allow for 20% to be studios, another 30%? I mean, the math works out that you can put everything on those. In the smaller scenario, it's 11 floors. In the larger, with our current mix, it's 16, with some clever architecture, and really maximize your dollars because you're paying a premium as you go up, whereas the lower floors are cheaper.
I think if you would have given me the program and said, I want all my 2 and 3 bedroom units on certain parts of the building, that would have been possible.
No, I know it's possible, and I think if you were trying to maximize, I'm hoping we didn't say build the best building possible. We said build a straightforward and simple building with some distribution. But I think if you're really trying to maximize things and ensure profit, you realize very quickly that you put the studios lower and use the top third in that model for all your 2 and 3 bedrooms, because you're getting the premium, you're getting more per square foot. And with that, I think I'm ready to hear the other conversations.
Thank you. Councilmember Bowders?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I appreciated hearing everything my colleagues had to say. I think the way I'd like to approach this is to just start by zooming out 30,000 foot level. And I want to agree with what Councilmember Martinez has said about the big state picture. I want to talk about 2 items on that briefly. One is the state has a 3.5 million housing unit deficit. It doesn't disappear. And so when you look at a 43% increase in homelessness in Alameda County, is that just because people have moved here? No. It's because of a combination of economic factors, which include the location and placement of housing, its affordability, its nexus to transportation and job centers, and the ability of state, regional, and local governments to work together. So there have been a number of things that have happened and are ongoing. The state has begun taking on the challenge of changing laws as it relates to local control of housing production. And that's largely due to the inaction of local governments. And I think that's one of the things that sits in the back of my mind, because I'll get to that as one of my primary 2 points, I think, is the challenge about producing housing. And can we wisely produce housing that captures the other types of community benefits and attributes that we want? Adequate amount of included affordability in the housing, bedroom size, proximity to civic programs and services, other community benefits to put bike lanes on streets to make pedestrian walkways safer. The opportunity to do many of those things is jeopardized by the ineptitude and inaction of a lot of jurisdictions, and I'm not blaming this one in particular. But state action is an ongoing thing, and it would be foolish for us to not think that that was going to be something that would impact us in the future. And I remember Donahue mentioned how there's talks about even changing the building code to produce housing from fortified wood structure at a much higher clip because it's cheaper and faster to do it. So there is active discussion about all kinds of changes around the construction of housing. But the other piece of the state picture that matters is the emphasis on climate and the role that housing production plays as an environmental policy has been understated for a long time. And I think some people are coming to the place that others of us have come to, which is if you put housing in Antioch, if we just keep building 4-level housing and we just build it wherever there is new open space to do it, that's why we have super commuters who drive 2 hours each way to their job in San Francisco. And places like Antioch and Modesto and Manteca ask when the jobs are coming there, and people here ask when the housing is coming here, because the natural goal of people is to reduce the time and distance they spend between their home and their work in order to make their life livable, which is a goal I agree with. And I share the community's thoughts on that. When you come down to the regional level, there was a comment about ABAG, and I want to applaud Councilmember Martinez for constantly enduring the comments about ABAG, and I would just suggest to those who aren't familiar with RENA in the same way I have been familiar with it, that RENA is not a ceiling, it is a floor. Regional housing needs allocation is designed by the state and given to the local COGs to create a baseline over a period of time for the minimum production of housing. Now, it is designed to be a series of benchmarks, and I agree with the public comment that we have overproduced when you look at that metric on market rate housing, and we've grossly underproduced when it comes to affordability. And that is something that all local governments need to be held accountable to. And I feel that this city council has done a lot of good things. We're currently preparing our expenditure plan for Measure C to build more affordable housing, 100% affordable housing in our community. We're about to open Estrella Vista, 87 units of affordable housing. We just put out an RFP to build intergenerational affordable housing. So it's not that this city council hasn't recognized the deficit on affordable units, but I think the point is well made that there has been a gap for a long time in that space. That being said, it does not follow that because we have overproduced in market rate housing, we can no longer accept, entertain, or should we build market rate housing until the affordable metrics have caught up. While ideally I wish that was the case, that's just simply not the way development will work. And one of the perverse natures of development, unfortunately, is that for most development that includes as a portion of its housing affordable units, it implements and uses, takes access to the low-income housing tax credit program. And by the way it's designed, it requires market rate housing generally to exist in most cases in order to help finance and pencil out affordable units. So the federal government has tied the state's hands and city hands in producing a lot of the affordable housing that we have because of the way the tax credit system has been determined. So getting to the local piece, the challenge here is this false dichotomy between affordability and production. The notion that we can only do one or the other, but we can't do both together. And it is definitely a balancing act to be had. And I support the general plan, and I have supported the general plan as a planning commissioner, and I have supported it as a council member, and I support it in the evaluation we're doing today, which is the general plan identified wisely areas of this city for low residential single family home development. And it identified areas of the city for dense urban development. And so we have to take a step back from looking at any particular project, be it Sherwin-Williams or the public market or a proposed high-rise. We have to take a step back and we have to analyze it in the frame of the general plan and whether or not we can achieve the best combination of good. And I'm not saying that one or more of these scenarios that were presented here today is the solution. I'm not saying that. What I am saying is that it's worth having this discussion. It's actually very important to have this discussion because the production of single-family homes and what it takes to, with labor and materials to build that is materially different than what it takes to build a high-rise steel frame construction building. And I agree with the public comment. Who would live in a single-family home is materially different than who would choose to live in a high-rise, right? And for all the reasons the public has said, I agree. We overproduced studio and one-bedroom units because we did not have adequate controls for a long time in this city on how housing development was pursued. We can't change that in and of itself. We can't change that. We can make change going forward, but we can't change what prior city councils did to make decisions about housing production. And so it's about finding that balance. And I think that the family-friendly guidelines are great. I think that the unit mix proposal is great. I think that one of the things we should be looking at is whether there's ways to nuance that. Can we demand even more 2 and 3 bedroom units in the low rise or medium density areas of the town where families do want to live? And can we instead put greater percentages of 1 and studio bedroom units in the dense part of town, which is designed for a different family or home environment for many people who choose so? I don't think it has to be cookie cuttered one way or the other. And that's a level of nuance we didn't explore with this discussion, but I really appreciate the work that was done by the consultants to help provide this. And I wanted to ask, we didn't go into this in greater detail, but whether there was any discussion or thought about when you go to a high-rise level, could we actually incentivize as an alternative, give people a choice? You could have greater affordability component in your development in exchange for reducing the percentages of higher bedroom size, right? So we perhaps meet more unoccupied or single unaccompanied adult low-income housing needs, so that way we could have greater 2 and 3 bedroom units for low-income families in mixed-use residential mid-rise sites elsewhere in the city. I wondered if we explored that. I didn't see any analysis of that, probably because we didn't specifically request that. But whether that's something that we think can be done in the city, do you think that under the planning, the zones we have in the city, could we, for areas that are mid-height, mid-rise buildings like the 4-story buildings we have, could we actually require higher percentage of affordability for those areas or higher percentage of 2-bedroom or more in those areas where we could perhaps get more affordability out of that for families in an exchange for doing something different in the core? Do you think that would work or not?
That's a little complicated. The unit mix and the affordability are 2 separate questions. So if you get more 2 and 3 bedroom units, that doesn't necessarily mean you get more affordable units. So you have to tie them together if that's the goal. I would remind you, I know it's been quite a while now, but when we did the unit mix regulations back, I guess it was 2015, it was based on a fairly extensive analysis of census data and school performance data and all kinds of other things, and that's how we landed on the 50% as a benchmark to be comparable with other cities that had, specific school performance levels. So I think rather than arbitrarily pick a number, say 60 or 70%, that we probably want to go back and look at that data and see what it indicates might be appropriate. And at the same time, I think we also should do a financial feasibility analysis to see if it's just going to make projects unworkable, depending on how you adjust the unit mix and the number of affordable units.
Okay, thank you. I have one last item. My last point is about displacement. And Vice Mayor Pats raised an interesting point, which I think is worth discussing further, about who housing is for. That's a common question people get. When you build affordable housing, who is it for? I have a lot of issues with who affordable housing ultimately goes to. And that comes from years of being a tenant attorney for low-income people. I often felt like they creamed the top of the bucket and picked the people they wanted to, and it wasn't the people most in need. And often people who have minor brushes with the law, criminal records from 5 years ago even, don't get the same opportunity to have housing. And when you think about all the ways racism is institutionalized in this country, it's very clear which people do and don't get housing. So I'm very sensitive to that issue. But I want to also remind us that, as Councilmember Martinez opened this discussion with, the deficit we have in housing creates a different type of problem that she alluded to, but didn't call out exactly in the way I'm going to call it out probably, which is that when you don't produce new housing, but you continue to produce high-paying jobs in a very tight economic market, the people who are going to be advantaged first when it comes to competing for housing are going to be people who look like me. And that means people who already live in this community and call this community their home, people of color, people who have lived here for 3 or 4 generations, those are the first people who are going to get priced out of their rental housing in their community. And so by failing to produce new housing, and it doesn't mean produce anything and everything that's sent to the front door, but by failing to produce new housing, we effectively turn the community's keys over to people who can afford to be here when there's only a limited amount of housing. And that's why I go back to my opening point. It's a false dichotomy between affordability and production. It's not a one or the other. You have to produce housing. You have to commit to making it affordable as much as possible as you go. But you can't say it's one to spite the other, because if you do so, somebody will lose. And in both cases, it's the people we're trying to protect.
Thank you. I really appreciate this extensive and thorough staff report. I learned a lot from it. And the remarks of my fellow council members. I think we've had a lot of really healthy discussion about the housing crisis and also developer profit. Those are both factors at play here for sure. Nobody up here got elected because we really care about making money for developers. That's not our goal, and I think we've been pretty clear about that. We all want to have more affordable housing in town, and I think there's some discussion of what's the best way to do that. And again, as Councilmember Browder said, we shouldn't give the keys over for anything and everything. But I think there is something to be said for pushing aggressively towards building as much affordable housing as possible in a very constrained housing market. We are not the only city that's caused this housing crisis. We can see the amount of jobs going in just across the bay, and comparing that to the pace of housing production, and they're going to be about 8,500 units short by the end of the decade. So we know where some of that problem is coming from. However, I think what we need to focus on is what this process is. When a developer comes to build something, it's a negotiation. And I think what's helpful for us is to keep in mind that we should hold some of our keys back during a negotiation. I'm perfectly open to perhaps, as Councilmember Batters suggested, creating some sort of process to swap affordable 4 2 to 3 bedroom units, if that is the need of the community at that time, while still respecting the fact that we had a long and extensive community process to develop those needs for those 2 and 3 bedroom units. So right now, if a developer wants relief from those requirements, they need to come to council for an exception, and the council has to find that that project includes a needed type of housing. We could, under that metric, elevate affordable as one of those needed types of housings, affordable across certain unit types, and therefore create a process for a developer to come to council if they want to build a high-rise building and want relief from either of the 2 questions we have before us, unit mix or spacing of affordable housing, and begin the negotiation there. And I think looking at a waiver or exemption in that way is a healthy process to where we can respect our community's needs and process, but still absolutely get the best for our city in terms of housing production when we have interest here. Yes, Member Donahue.
If I just heard you correctly, I could interpret that as meaning we would keep the unit mix as it is, but be willing to negotiate.
Yes, but perhaps clarify the exception process.
The part of, by just granting the unit mix change now, in effect, we'd be saying, landowners, you can raise your prices. Whereas what you're saying is kind of a little different. It might not say that to landowners. So that, that's an observation.
I love that level of insight, because I think when we had this conversation of whether or not to bring this up as a topic, that was one of the things that I asked to be included, I thought I had at least, is the idea that we could look at a waiver system. Because I do agree that we need more housing built, but I think the idea of local control and the idea of this ordinance is we want to have some input into what our town looks like. I think a large project with multi-units across the different styles is great. I think that this idea that I agree wholeheartedly with Member Bowders when he says it shouldn't be a decision between affordable housing and any housing at all, because I agree that's why we have the affordable housing requirements, And I think that that's it. I think these are just one of those things that, as you bring a project to us, you have to balance it out to build the community that we want. Because I agree with everything you guys are saying. I just want to make sure that we, as we bring in, because this was specifically about towers. Towers are 100, 200-year plus buildings. You know, the what'd you call it, a 2x5, 2x7? The cement?
5/2?
5/2, thank you.
yeah.
Wow, numbers I'm good with, names not so much. The 5/2, you know, those aren't 100-year buildings, unfortunately. So I appreciate that input, and I really respect that suggestion.
Councilmember Batters, do you have any feedback on that?
On your proposal?
Yes, before we dive into number 1.
I'm open to that for the scope of high rises, because I think one of the things that, you know, the reason we set out on this was not to change all of the unit mix regulations. You know, some have questioned why we're doing this now. The reality is that, you know, there are gaps in the code. So as if you stay for the later agenda, you'll see that we don't actually have a wind threshold in our city. Some cities have wind thresholds. Ours doesn't. I learned that. So we have a lot of spaces where when we talk about livability, we don't actually have existing ordinances around a number of items that people would expect us to. And we haven't entertained residential high-rises in a very long time, and we did not have guidance back in the 80s when we did Pacific Park Plaza on any of these items to any real degree. And so we're looking at this now, and the city council in the last number of years, 5 years or so, has made excellent progress on putting in protections to build affordability, family design elements, things like that. But it's important to evaluate and nuance these in a way that meets the actual customer needs and the resident needs of where we're doing this in the community. And that comes down to things that, like Mr. Donahue has said in the public, parks, like we need to do more about that. And I think that's right. And so how are we balancing these various elements and refining what we have to work with to make that possible? So I'm open to that, Madam Mayor. I'm also interested in asking Charlie and the consultants about trade-offs between those things, just to see what so further study of the viability of those things. To make, because if they don't financially make sense to anybody and it wouldn't be of any benefit to the community, there's no point in putting it on the community's plan. But that's, I'm generally receptive. And I would just make one quick point was that if you like migratory birds and you're concerned about birds and buildings, November 5th we have a study session on that. So we are taking on all kinds of issues, not just the ones that are about unit mix.
But later.
Yep.
Madam Mayor?
Yeah.
Can I throw something in here?
Throw it on.
I'm sorry I have to use the overhead because our computer seems to have died, but we will reboot it after the study session is over. But I think each of these scenarios assumes the 17% affordable units, right? Except for the mid-rise, which was, I think, 14%. So each of these scenarios requires 100 bonus points. They each, therefore, have 17% affordable units, which in these scenarios works out to 87 units. I think if you increase the number of affordable units in each of these scenarios, but don't change anything else, so that all the other things are equal, I'm not sure what the unit, well, actually, let me take that back. If we increase the affordability in exchange for lowering the unit mix, I think that these numbers are all just going to go down because you're going to have more affordable units. Well, say the 30% ones. These where the unit mix is reduced from 50% to 30%, 2 and 3 bedrooms. If you say that that is going to be based on an increase in the number of affordable units, that is going to make these projects somewhat financially less feasible because the more affordable units you have, the more that impacts your financial feasibility, right? So these two that have the lower unit mix, these numbers are going to drop.
Yeah, I understand that increasing affordability within a project would decrease profit, like super clear on that.
Right, and I mean, not only profit, it may not make the project financially feasible, so the project may just not happen. I don't know if Kaiser Marson wants to add anything to that. Is that basically? correct?
Yeah, with keeping everything else equal, that's, that's how it would work. But if you were to reduce the unit mix beyond we have modeled today, there could be some additional trade-off.
Right. I have a question, something I didn't see in the report, and I'm sorry if I missed it. Was there a comparison to Oakland or Berkeley's unit mix requirements? Because I did look at San Francisco's, but I wasn't easily able to pull up Oakland and Berkeley's.
No, we did not, as part of this effort, look at different unit mix requirements.
Are you familiar with them at all?
I don't have them at the tip of my tongue. I don't know, Kevin, if you, no.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I don't believe Oakland or Berkeley have unit mix requirements.
That's why I couldn't find it.
Right. I mean, not a lot of cities do. I worked in Oakland for 18 years, and when I was there, we had no unit mix requirements.
Mhm.
And I don't think they've been adopted since I left there. However, I did pull up both San Francisco and Toronto. If you
I've got San Francisco, which required minimum dwelling unit mix in Code 207.6 in the districts which are RTO, RCD, NCT, DTR, mostly anything transit-oriented, Valencia, Hayes, high district shopping zones. You must have 25% affordable housing plus one of these following. No less than 40% of total units must contain at least 2 bedrooms, or no less than 30% of the total units must contain at least 3 bedrooms, or no less than 35% of the total units must contain at least 2 bedrooms, with at least 10% of the total units containing 3 bedroom. So
Right.
significantly more stringent than ours in
Well, no.
affordable housing.
in terms of the affordable units perhaps, but the unit mix is less stringent
Right.
than ours.
So they have a higher affordable, lower unit mix. Is the
And for the
model.
rest of the city, which is not just those neighborhoods,
Mhm.
it's basically the last one. It's 25% 2-bedroom and 10% 3-bedroom.
Right.
And they do have an exception that is with a conditional use permit from the Planning Commission, that the project demonstrates a need or mission to serve unique populations, or the project or existing building, if any, feature physical constraints that make it unreasonable to fulfill the requirements.
Which I'm sure is a mega fun process, getting that permit in San Francisco.
And just because I looked it up, the 10 and 25 is exactly what Vancouver has.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would just, as a caution about replicating large cities on the ocean, the market actually is very different. So the construction and labor costs in the East Bay are the same as they are in San Francisco, but you do not get the same rents and returns in the East Bay that you get in San Francisco. So the feasibility of some of those numbers, while helpful to understand, shouldn't translate, because in the end, you're not going to be able to recover the same rental value on a property. Kaiser Marson, you agree with me on this, I hope. Yes, you won't be able to, yes, on the rents. You won't recover the same rent, so you're not going to fill the same financial cost gap that you would here.
Yes, I understand that they have higher land value in San Francisco. I just looked at it as the closest measure of comparison I could find, since Oakland and Berkeley got nothing for us.
Okay.
If we want to address the questions, perhaps, Member Martinez, do you want to start us off with number 1?
Well, I think I want to understand your proposal a little better. So you're saying that you'd like to see some sort of relationship between the unit mix and affordability. Are you talking just about high rises, or are you talking about any development?
Well, I think this study session was targeted just towards high rises. So I'm willing to confine it within that scope unless we think it deserves a broader conversation.
Mm-hmm.
But I think maybe for high rises, clarifying the exemption process for this. If you want to come to council, here's our priorities for where we would consider exempting your unit mix requirement and elevating affordability.
So, okay, so it only goes in one direction. So if they were willing to raise their unit mix
Mhm.
requirements, we're not going to go down on affordability in this scheme?
I wouldn't be super interested in that.
Okay, because what I'm seeing is like a spectrum with a lever. So we're just going in the direction of affordability and sacrificing unit mix, much like getting closer to what San Francisco has. So I think that proposal is interesting, and I think it would require further study, which would make it hard for me to answer these questions.
Okay.
I'm in the same place. I feel like we've thrown a lot out there, and we may want to come back and revisit in another study session the whole concept.
I support Vice Mayor Pats and Councilmember Martinez. I think an additional study session with analysis of what the mayor has proposed, some additional information about the cross pollination between affordability and unit mix and how those things impact the ability to make a project feasible, and what it does to project size, I think would also be interesting to know. So I support an additional study session when staff is ready for that.
Would there be any other, if we're going to send staff back, any other exceptions we'd like to consider? Any things that developers could offer that we'd like to consider as possible levers to lower unit mix requirements?
You mean other than affordability?
Yeah, it could be affordability, perks.
I have some opinions about that. This study session pointed out how views really make the potential rent go up.
Mm-hmm.
Views matter for rent. But there's another issue with this that you can see in a lot of contemporary spear in the sky architecture. It's all glass. And, views that don't take into account greenhouse gas production, meaning, you could have all glass and really high heating and cooling problems. Or you could have views that are more focused and have less glass. And I think that's an issue, that greenhouse gas production in the long haul for these buildings really will matter. So I think that's another issue that we have to consider, that if we want these buildings to be much less greenhouse gas producing in the future, that aspect, would that affect the ability to get high rents if it wasn't an all glass exterior but had much higher insulation value and then triple glazing and this kind of a thing, that really needs to be considered.
Yes.
I think building off of what Councilmember Donahue said, perhaps a carbon neutral building. There's New York is planning on having all new buildings be carbon neutral by 2030. Emeryville's Councilmember Donahue has been really good about raising this issue repeatedly over the last few years. The fact that we have so much roof space on these old warehouse buildings that there are opportunities for buildings, and especially a large developer who's got neighbors with roof space, to find ways to use renewable energies to power those buildings or give back to the grid. And so I think perhaps being able to demonstrate carbon neutral status as a way of incentivizing high-rise developers to partner with community-based energy sharing for renewable resources, I think is a good idea.
I really like that. Or, other significant climactic impacts, whether that is through using lower carbon sequestering, it's a hard word, materials like cross-laminated timber, CLT, my new favorite acronym.
I support that.
So I'm wondering, we have a development bonus system. And I'm wondering, that is the system by which we expressed our values in terms of those additional benefits we want to get out of buildings. Should this conversation just be taking place with the framework of that system rather than cutting from whole cloth another essentially development bonus system?
Very relevant.
Well, I'm thinking, you could, for example, it has come up among staff that one potential for development bonus points could be additional affordable units beyond what the code otherwise requires. So that gets your bonus points, so therefore you don't have to spend money on something else to get your bonus points. I'm not sure that really addresses the financial feasibility, though, of the unit mix question.
Is there a way to tie the unit mix into that?
Well, I was thinking about that. Would you get extra bonus points for more 2 and 3 bedroom units? That's kind of going the opposite direction of the approach that this study was taking. We can think about that.
I think that's a really good idea. I think we just need to make sure it's high-rise specific, I guess, is kind of the focus here. So I'd be happy to leave the methodology open-ended, whether we do it from development bonus points or a waiver system or an exemption of some kind, variance, whatever kind of planning words you guys have for those things. go wild with that, but let's maybe let the considerations be unit mix versus affordability or carbon neutral or other significant climactic impacts.
Well, that's what I'm saying, is that we've kind of documented what our considerations are for, making exchanges with developers in terms of, getting more value and us getting more community value.
Right.
I think the trade-off is that right now in the development bonus point system, we just mandate the unit mix. It's not part of the point system, and so we're pulling it into the point system, basically making it a point category. And I would say that if we wanted to hybrid it, which is what I'm hearing you say, and bring that in, I would go to what the mayor said and say maybe we could do that for high rises only. But I think that for mid-rise development, I would probably not want to touch what we're doing for 100 feet or lower. I mean, that's not the goal of this, right? We want
Not
to keep
touch
that
the
in
unit
place.
mix
I don't wanna
requirements
touch-
for mid-rise
Right.
or lower, yeah.
But maybe we just ask the staff to come back with their creative selves and give us several ideas. I mean, we don't have to decide that today, do we?
No,
Mayor, I think we could schedule another study session and talk about both the bonus system, but also the exception process, which I think the staff had raised in the last report on this topic, whenever that was earlier this year.
February.
Because those are both of February. Thanks, Charlie. Those are two levers that kind of go different ways. So if you want, I think we've heard a lot of ideas. I have a fairly broad but decent sense of where you're headed, and we can give you some alternatives using both of those tools for further discussion before this would go back to the Planning Commission.
I think that'd be really helpful. And also if we can confirm that Berkeley and Oakland don't have unit mix standards, because this is just based on me control effing unit mix in their planning codes.
I can call their planning directors and ask them.
And if they don't, maybe trying to find a comparable city, because San Francisco is not an exact comparison, but is there like the Emeryville of Toronto or something? I don't know.
Actually, there is a town named Emeryville near Toronto.
No way.
Yes.
Let's check theirs.
I don't,
I don't think
not
there's-
a good comparison.
I don't think there are a lot of cities that have unit mix requirements, but we'll dig deeper.
Okay. Is that adequate for everyone up here?
Yes.
Okay,
Thank you so much.
thank you. I'm going to
You
take a
guys.
minute and try to reboot the computer, but you can.
Yeah, go for it. Have fun.
It's the redevelopment light, I think.
What?
Redevelopment.
Yeah.
So, Madam
I'm
Mayor,
gonna-
is this study session adjourned?
Yeah, just about to say that. I'm going to adjourn this one. 7:50. We're now on blue sheet. I'm going to call to order the City of Emeryville's successor agency to the Emeryville Redevelopment Agency. It's 7:50. We're all still here. I don't think we need to call the roll again. And Sherry's all the way over there, so we're not going to do it. Can I get an approval of the final agenda?
So moved.
Second.
We've got a motion by Member Martinez and a second by Vice Mayor Pats. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Bouders?
Aye.
Councilmember Donahue?
Aye.
Councilmember Martinez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Pats?
Aye.
And Mayor Medina.
Aye. Any ex parte communications to report?
No.
Any public comment for consent agenda items or items not on the agenda? Yes. Redevelopment? Cool. There you go. Charlie, we've got
Under the
public
purview
comment.
of redevelopment.
Okay, I want everyone here to understand that Emeryville specifically has built more housing than the RENA ABAG RENA documents say that we're supposed to have built. In every iteration period, we've built more, we've exceeded. I'm really getting tired of this constant ignoring of that. Whenever I bring up that we've overbuilt housing in Emeryville, specifically market rate housing, what I get back is we do need more housing in Emeryville. We do need, and then the council members start doing the bidding of the developers and talking about how, quoting the mayor, quoting the governor, about how the Bay Area is in desperate need of housing. Yes, the Bay Area is in desperate need of more housing, yes. But Emeryville is not. We've built more than our share. So I want you to stop that. It's disingenuous. I want you to acknowledge that, yes, the Bay Area needs more, but Emeryville, no. We've done our share, and there are negative effects of over density, having too much density. Every planning Planning Association recognizes there are negative effects for existing residents for having too much density. So we have to start from the factual base that Emeryville, according to ABAG, which is the organization that we belong to, we have built more than our share. So stop equating the Bay Area housing need. Our neighbors haven't built enough. We have. Stop doing that. It's disingenuous. Start acknowledging what we have built here, which is, as Councilwoman Martinez said, built hugely. Our housing has been built hugely, she said, at a prior meeting. So would you please stop doing that? Thank you.
Okay.
Move the consent calendar.
Oh, we've got another public comment, looks like.
Oh, sorry.
Hold on, Mr. Propio.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is André Carpio, and I've been a proponent of alternative energy. And one of it that I've been the basis of is that in 1995 I did recommend to the City Council that we go solar energy here, and City Hall has on the roof solar panel. And I don't want to take credit for, but I'm the one who did mention that to the City Council that we need to have solar energy as an alternative supply. And I do not know if the city has taken note of it, how much benefit we have had from. But all the discussion I see that has happened with the housing that we entertain here, I do not see, and I did not hear anything that has been made with a solar panel to supply energy. All these new buildings here are going up, and I don't see any solar panel. And who's paying for the energy? Tenants pay for their rental and all that, but the energy supply still have to be paid. And if we do not have anything to amortize their expenses, it adds up to the cost of renting or buying. And here we have an opportunity here in which I do not see any solar panel going on here. So I don't know what's your object in here. We are talking about sharing and all that, but I do not see. I drive around town, no solar panel. City of Hayward has all its parking lot full of solar panel, and they can afford to have electric car charge. We do not have anything like that here. You cannot have an electric car that will come here and be recharged. It's impossible. We have nothing. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? All right, seeing none. We had a motion from Member Bowders and a second from somewhere over here, Vice Mayor Pats, for the consent agenda. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Bowders.
Aye.
Councilmember Donahue.
Aye.
Councilmember Martinez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Pats.
Aye.
And Mayor Medina.
Aye. Okay. No action items. This is adjourned at 7:56. And now that we have computer back up and running, I'm calling to order the regular City Council meeting for the City of Emeryville. We're all still here. Can I get an approval of the final agenda?
I move approval.
I'll second it. We got a motion from Member Donahue, a second from myself. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Bowders.
Aye.
Councilmember Donahue.
Aye.
Councilmember Martinez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Pats.
Aye.
And Mayor Medina.
Aye. Any special orders of the day?
No.
No? Okay. Announcement of commission or committee vacancies.
Nothing this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Council members, special announcements or reports on meetings attended. Yes, Member Bowders?
I have one, Madam Mayor. Last week I attended the Alameda County Transportation Commission's private briefing on the San Pablo Avenue corridor study, and I just wanted to share back a couple details from that meeting, that the surveys were conducted, a significant number of people were surveyed, including roughly 150 people from the city of Emeryville, about their vision and hopes for future multimodality on San Pablo Avenue. And I would just like to note that over 70% of Emeryville residents requested and supported a express BRT on San Pablo Avenue through the city. And over 50% of residents supported bike lanes on San Pablo. I think it was 58% in the city of Emeryville. That was consistent with the city of Oakland. The city of Berkeley, there was about 55% support for BRT. The bike lanes only had about 40 to 45% support. When you got to Albany, both BRT and bike lanes, I regret to acknowledge, fell below 40% of support. So we're in the discussion of refining the concepts. Each city was asked to vote for one of the models, as had been done, and so I put my support behind what the Emeryville folks who took the survey supported, and I supported center running BRT and bike lanes on San Pablo Avenue, and that we were going to explore phasing. And I know under your leadership at Transportation Committee, Madam Mayor, we are talking about piloting some of those treatments temporarily, and so that was discussed at the meeting as well. And I offered that Emeryville, if the commission is ready, because there is some interest from the state to provide some seed money to get some of these things going early, ahead of the RM3 resolutions, I suggested that Emeryville would be the first city ready to go. So that's a happy alert to everybody on staff.
Phenomenal.
I attended the League of Cities for the Bay Area, and since I make me go to those, I'm going to report out on it. I learned all about what Emeryville can do to cap its mines, which is really important. There's from the California Conservation Department, yes. So if we have any uncapped mines in town, there's plenty of grant money available. And trench digging for dealing post-wildfires. That was the other big topic of conversation. So I'm ready and primed on those topics. If you'd like a PowerPoint presentation, let me know.
Time well spent.
Time well spent, no, I was gonna say.
And the food was bad too. Just going to throw that out there.
Yeah, we've all been to a League of Cities.
It's the league.
Anyone else want something super fun? Member Martinez.
So the cities of Pleasanton and Tracy have started moving towards taking action to join the JPA of East Bay Community Energy, which would increase our capacity to invest in local clean power. So I think Pleasanton alone would increase our load by 7%.
Wow.
That's great.
Yeah.
Another one from Vice
Yeah, I'm
President.
sorry. I did, in my quest for humor, I left out the one important thing. The geological maps, so if you want to look up your earthquake zone, is now searchable by parcel number. So if you really want to stop sleeping at night, you can type in your parcel number and see exactly where the fault line is underneath your house.
Hard pass. Hard pass.
Did you say start sleeping or stop sleeping?
Stop.
Anyone else got a meeting to report?
I have something to remind people about, which is the Emeryville Celebration of the Arts is this month. It begins on Friday with the kickoff event, Friday evening, 6 p.m. The location is, somebody help me, 1375 55th Street, which is the Pickleworks building.
You have an invite right in front of you.
I probably should just open the envelope over here. And it's at just off the corner of 55th and Doyle Street, around the corner from the Doyle Street Cafe, if you are not familiar. So on the 4th, this Friday, 6 o'clock, from 6 to 10 will be the opening event. Come and this will be my 4th or 5th year hosting the bar. So come make yourself familiar with the friendly bar staff and enjoy your evening and celebrate and support the arts. It will be open throughout the month of October.
Ooh, there was a big one last weekend, actually. I'm going to go. Not this weekend before last, on the 21st. My understanding is that Emeryville had its largest shoreline cleanup to date, but I was busy plogging with Councilmember Powders, an event he organized but did not bring up, where, God, was it like 80 of us jogged slowly through the city.
96 people.
96, picking up trash. And I got a bag and a half, so I cannot imagine. I don't know if you have a total load that we picked up while plogging.
The plogging total load pickup is estimated to be 420 pounds of trash.
If you're wondering what plogging is, he made T-shirts that explain it. So catch one of us wearing one of those.
Well, your group filled up 32-gallon trash carts at my house.
And that was our halfway point.
That was your halfway point, yeah.
Oh, yes. And then Councilmember Martinez took all of our trash and spent the rest of her day sorting it, because that's
it
what
didn't
she
take that
does
long.
for fun. she's really good at it. I like showed up. She had the pickers ready, the gloves. It's what she likes to do on a Saturday morning. Member Pats, you have another?
I don't have it's a personal announcement. I just want to make it because I will not be at the Arts Celebration opening. I have a prior commitment, and please wait for the prepositional phrase at the end. It is important. I cannot attend because I will be marrying my nephew to his partner.
Thank you for that clarifying prepositional phrase.
What date that's on the 4th?
Down here.
Rehearsal's on the 4th, wedding's on the 5th.
I am officiating my first wedding this month as well.
There you go.
In Central Texas, of all places.
I think a quorum of us are now registered as ministers online then. Oh, majority of us.
Scott, get with a picture.
Okay, well, I'll say that the shoreline cleanup had more people, but also dramatically less to clean up in the large trash department. And over the years, it seems like the measures that the state has required of cities is reducing the amount of stuff coming to our shores. So I think there's starting to be some success from the legislation that requires cities to strain street trash coming down with all the rain, strain that trash out before it hits the bay. This is anecdotal for Emeryville, but it was kind of amazing.
It's plogging.
Fantastic. All right, city manager's report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thanks for recognizing the efforts of staff on coastal cleanup. We did have the largest year ever. 260 participants signed in. So I'm sure a few of them slipped by Valerie Maxwell at the sign-in table, who signed in all 260 of those folks. I wanted to specifically thank Councilmember Bowders for his support. We had some great prizes for the kids. In addition, Folk Manus came through again, and we were able to give out 40 puppets to 40 kids who finished cleaning up trash. We want to thank them. We had a great effort this year from some teams. Griffles had a team. The Claremont Hotel had a team. And we had a team that we didn't know who they were, and we asked them where they came from, and they were the administrative legal professionals of the East Bay, I believe, who came to our event because it was the best well-organized cleanup event that they'd come across. And they had about 25 or 30 people.
Nice.
So it was really a good day for Emeryville. And to Councilmember Donahue's point, there was a lot of small contaminants on the beach, and that's really what we focused on, and we really appreciate the community's support and the council's support for that.
Of course.
So I have to, after you say that, I have to thank staff as well, because on the day before, on Friday, there was a corporate shoreline challenge for employees of Emeryville, and I want to thank the folks at Amorous, Knighted, Stasher Bag, Pixar, Biossance, a handful of other Emeryville companies, about 120 employees. Who am I missing?
Cliff helped us on Saturday.
Cliff Decathlon and IKEA helped with the Saturday event. Wareham Development was a generous donor that helped pay for the trash removal, or the shirts and the toilets for us for those 2 days, in partnership with those other businesses. And I think it's worth noting all those businesses came together to support greening the community, and we removed a ton of large trash items. To Councilmember Donahue's point, on Friday, we gave awards to a woman who rolled up her pants and took off her shoes and waded out into the bay to remove lawn furniture. All kinds of things were pulled from the bay. So it was a good day. We saved a pigeon that was drowning, that had its foot caught in fish wire, and the fire department came out, and I didn't notice they're not here right now, but the fire department came out, cut the bird free, had a broken leg, and a member of Pixar's team drove it to Wild Care in San Rafael, and it got its foot repaired. So it was a good day.
Nice. Okay. Any ex parte communications to report?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I've received several emails from Wareham and City Center regarding item 12.1, and I think there might have been one email that didn't make it into the administrative record that I just want to highlight, which is a 3-page summary of Wareham's appeal that I'll thank them for providing, but if staff doesn't have that for some reason, I'm happy to provide that to them. I did forward it to my city email address, so it's part of the public record, but I don't believe it's in the binders.
Yep.
On item 12.1, I've met with Wareham Development and City Center Realty. On item 12.4, I've met with SEIU 10-1 I've met with the Emeryville Police Officers Association. I've met with the Alameda County Firefighters Local 55. And I've met with the County of Alameda.
I have all the same for 12.1, and on 12.4, I've met with EPD.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, with the Union Association,
Yeah.
POA.
I have not had face-to-face meetings with City Center or Wareham, but I've received all of the email communications.
I received the same email communications, and if anyone wants to see the record, please see the ginormous binders. There's 2 out there, there's 2 out there. Have fun. We all have. Join us. All right. Public comment for consent agenda items or items not on the agenda. Yes.
I want to take this opportunity about the trash that 5.6 ton of aluminum, stainless steel, tool, machinery, and all that was taken by the city of Emeryville to exterminate my being in Emeryville. You should be ashamed of that theft.
Any other public comment for consent agenda or items not on the agenda?
Yes, not on the agenda. Okay, the New York Times has, in the last year or so, has changed a more than 100-year directive to not, they had, until previously, they had refused to use the word lie to describe what a politician was doing or a member of the business elite, or they wouldn't use the word racist for when politicians were acting in a racist manner. Now they're doing that. Now they're calling out lies. It's because of our president. They're saying they're using the word lie when the president lies and others lie, and then they're also using the word racist. So in the spirit of that, I'm announcing here a new paradigm. And what I'm going to start doing vis-a-vis this council's problem with not being able to produce documents that support what you say, which is when you say Emeryville really needs more housing. I keep asking, and now Mr. Bryant has joined you, show me the document. Because the documentation we have only shows the opposite, that we've overbuilt. Okay, so from now on, since you haven't produced the document that supports your allegation that Emeryville needs more market rate housing, from now on, whenever you say that, I'm gonna call you guys out as liars. I'm gonna say that was a lie, not liars. I'll say council member X lied when they said, well, we need more housing. So I'm gonna start counting. I have a big clock on my news blog, the Emeryville Tattler, and each council member is gonna be attributed, the lies are gonna be attributed with this topic specifically. Every time you say Emeryville really needs more housing, or something to that effect, without acknowledging the ABAG and the RENA, that's gonna be forever documented in my blog. So you're on warning now. If you wanna say that, it's gonna be public information available in my news blog, the Emeryville Tattler. Thank you very much.
Is that it for public comment for the consent agenda or items not on the agenda? Okay, do we have a motion for consent?
So moved.
Second.
We've got a motion from Vice Mayor Pats, a second from Member Donahue. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Bouders?
Aye.
Councilmember Donahue?
Aye.
Councilmember Martinez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Pats?
Aye.
And Mayor Medina.
Aye. Okay. That brings us to public hearings. We've got a resolution of the City Council of the City of Emeryville granting a waiver from the noise ordinance to Cannon Constructors North for work on weekends for a 12-week period between October 1st and March 31st between the hours of 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. for work related to framing of corridors received fire sprinklers at the intersection project located at 3800 San Pablo Avenue.
Good evening, Mayor Medina. I'm Miru Desai, Senior Planner, and I'll be introducing this noise waiver item today. The intersection project, also known formally as the MAS project, they are requesting weekend work for 12 weekends between October 1st and March of next year for framing work necessary to accommodate fire sprinklers at the residential component of the intersection project. The intersection project was approved in November of 2013, and it includes an adaptive reuse of the existing mass building for commercial uses and construction of new 105-unit residential building. In July 2016, a 6-alarm fire destroyed the wood framing of the residential superstructure. Subsequently, in September, upon the issuance of building permit work, the work restarted on the site. And then in May 2017, the wood framing of the residential structure was destroyed for a second time. Holiday Development, that is the developer, decided to rebuild the residential project for the third time, using this time modular construction with units to be fabricated in Vallejo. The units will be trucked to the site from the factory in Vallejo and craned into the place on the podium. At the time of the writing of the staff report, the building division had not issued a building permit, but they did so last week, and we are currently in the process, the applicant is currently in the process of obtaining a crane permit, and that is anticipated to take another 4 to 6 weeks. So the request, as I mentioned earlier, is to allow weekend work for 12 weekends, and the reason is to allow framing work for corridors that accommodates installation of fire sprinkler piping and heads. The modular units will arrive on site with completed rough end for the fire sprinklers. The modular units will then be connected with the site-built fire sprinkler system, which necessitates building of interior corridors to support the sprinkler system. The weekend work is requested only until the corridors are framed and the fire sprinkler piping and the heads are installed. The applicant is interested in installation for the fire protection system as soon as possible in order to minimize chances of a third fire. In terms of number of workers that will be present at the weekend, it will be 30, and they will be using skill saws, hammers, and nail guns. In terms of notification, notices were sent of this request to property owners and site addresses within 300 feet of the site, and also published in Oakland Tribune. The notification includes Adeline Place, Avalon Senior Apartments, 3900 Adeline Rental Apartments, and a total of about a little over 302 notices were sent. Staff believes that the request is reasonable given the project was burned twice, despite having taken precautions after the first fire. However, we are recommending that the weekend work not occur during Thanksgiving holiday weekend, and as Christmas and New Year's this year are on Wednesdays, we are not including that as weekends not to work. The conditions of approval in the resolution exclude the work on Thanksgiving weekend, and it includes a requirement that a neighborhood notification be done by the applicant once they establish firm dates for weekend work and before the weekend work begins. Because right now we don't have a start and an end date other than a broad October 1st to March 30th of next year. So that concludes my presentation, and our recommendation is that you approve this request for 12 weekends, that is Saturday and Sunday, between October 1st, 2019 and March 31st, 2020.
Amiru, in our staff report, I believe it says 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., and here you have 6 p.m.?
Do I have 5? Whatever is in the resolution would be. It says
5.
Yeah, so it would be 5 p.m., it's a typo here.
Okay, thank you.
The applicant is here, and he would like to say a few words regarding this request.
Okay.
Good evening, Council. I'm Mark Trainer with Holiday Development. We're the developers for this project. And I have Kurt Vieira here from Cannon Constructors, who is our general contractor. I don't really have too much to add to the staff report, but I do just want to really emphasize the public safety nature of this request. As noted, we've had this project burned down twice, and neither of those times did we have fire sprinklers installed. And every day that we have this project built without fire sprinklers installed, the project is vulnerable to a third tragedy. And we just think that this critical weekend work will allow us to accelerate the installation of fire sprinklers and hopefully avoid another public safety crisis and tragedy. So we appreciate you considering the request, and we are here to answer any questions you guys have. Thank you.
Thank you. Any clarifying questions? Yes, Member Donahue.
I have clarifying questions of you. Is the weekend work required because it cannot be built during the week? That would interfere with something if it's built during the week?
Can I address the question? My name's Kurt Vieira. I'm with Cannon Constructors. We're the general
Please
contractor.
speak into the mic.
Use the microphone.
Sorry. The nature of the project, we're building these units with modular construction to off-site. They have fire sprinklers roughed in to the units, and they poke out the wall of the unit out into the corridor. We're going to set these units in place during the week with the crane, the loud, noisy operation, and then on the weekends, we're going to supplement the operation with carpenters to frame the corridors in between the units. This will allow us to hang the fire sprinkler pipe in the corridor to actually supply the fire sprinkler lines that are in the units. We can't necessarily frame the corridors while the crews are setting the boxes because of the high overhead work. We can't swing the boxes over the workers that are doing that. So we can't do both at the same time. This will allow us to pick up those weekend days by doing the framing. We'll do that on the weekend rather than the cranes, the trucks, and everything else on the
Okay,
weekend.
I understand. Thank you very much for clarifying that.
Can you stay up there, actually?
Certainly.
Go ahead, Member Martinez.
So, Holiday just did one of these projects in Oakland, correct?
Correct.
And can you tell me how many?
To answer questions, please use the microphone.
Can you tell me how many units were in the Oakland project and how many are in the Emeryville project?
The Oakland project was 110 units, and the Emeryville project is 105 units.
Okay, and how many weeks did it take to install the Oakland project?
Well, so the Oakland project, it's still underway, so we haven't yet fully installed all the fire sprinkler system.
Okay,
And
so
but the units were set at the end of August.
okay, so have you been granted weekend work in Oakland?
Yes.
Okay, and for a span of how long?
I don't know off the top of my head, but I want to say that's not my project specifically, but that I believe it's indefinite for the course of the project.
Okay, thank you.
I have another clarifying question. Would it be possible to get this done if granted weekend work if you started at 9 a.m., sensitive as I am to the We Wake Up Late community in town?
If those are the only options that I have, I'll take it. That's not what I prefer.
Could you do 9 to 6 instead of 8 to 5?
If I had to, yes.
Would that be a significant impact on the project in any way?
It wouldn't have, if we're the same number of hours just shifted later in the day, the only thing that I'm going to have is some grumbling workforce that they like to start earlier. But if that's the option that I have, I'll take it.
Okay, thank you. Any other clarifying questions while we got them up there? All right, thank you so much. I'm going to open up the public hearing at 8:20. Would anyone like to give public comment on this item?
So I'm Amanda. Yeah, microphone, okay. And thank you for sending the notice, by the way. It was really helpful. I have been living directly across from the unit, from the building, for about a year and 9 months. And I've kind of watched the whole progression and just seen what's going on. And it seems really, I understand now why they're building at a different site and they're going to be placing these units down and then hammering on the weekends. And I appreciate the thoughtfulness of that. But I will just say that I have videos, I'm sorry guys, but I have videos of them starting at like 6:45, 7 a.m. And I've taken the videos where they're setting up and they're, this week especially, they're moving like trucks into the area to start pulling the dirt out. And I just don't know if I believe that it'll start at 8. I appreciate the 9 o'clock start time. But the other thing that I want you guys to realize is that this area is super loud. It is like a highway corridor. You have multiple communities that are loud and there's cars. I'm telling you that there's not a moment of quiet personally since I've lived there. And I understand it's not their problem, but the weekends, like I work in the mental health field, I work in the brain and functional neurology, and I can tell you that the weekend time of somewhat quiet is so important to the community and so important to like my mental health as well as many people in the building that I've talked to about this. And while I really understand that there's been 2 fires, I don't see why the neighborhood and the residents have to suffer for the poor construction or the delays or whatever it is. It's like, even moving into the building, in the beginning, they're like, are you okay with construction? And as a person, like, I can't open my windows during the week because there's debris coming in all week long. And I'm gonna guess, like, I won't open the windows on the weekends either. And that's just not good for the quality of life. If you're talking about wanting people to invest, there's so much construction going on. I think if you can avoid, maybe even if it was 1 day a weekend, like if it was Saturdays, and not having it consistently all week long. I get they're looking at holidays, but personally, I just think like our neighborhood will go crazy. That's what I'm feeling. But anyhow, and also in the past, I have talked to other people about this, and when people are going to be doing this kind of work, they make accommodations for sort of the constant hammering, constant drilling, constant machinery. Now there's a crane coming. Did I know that? I didn't know that. Like, all this stuff is important, especially because it's literally what you see and what you hear all day. Okay? Thank you.
May I ask her a question?
Yes, you may.
I have just one question for you. Do you live at 3900 Adeline?
I do.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so so first of all, the modular construction that they're talking about, let's be clear what this is. This is a way for developers to save money. I know I'm in the business, and the developers don't want to pay the local prevailing wages, which are high. So people like me that build for a living, people like me get cut out, and instead it goes to a lower wage region where you build the modules. Whatever. But that's perfectly legal. But let's just that should be said. Okay. This noise ordinance waiver request is based on a fallacy, or an absurdity, I should say. What they're telling us is that this developer did a really shitty job with security. So shitty that somebody came in and burned his building down twice. So because he did a shitty job with security, now we, the residents, he's asking us to pay with our quality of life reduction. That doesn't compute. Why should we have to pay because he did a shitty job? He could have spent more money and done a better job with the security, and then he wouldn't be, presumably, he would have had maybe a different reason for asking for a noise waiver request, but at least it wouldn't be because he's doing a shitty job. That just doesn't compute. I mean, good luck. If you guys grant this because he did a shitty job, that's going to reflect really badly on the 5 of you. So just lastly, back in 2018, we'd had since the noise ordinance had been certified, we'd had 25 total requests from developers. 2 had been withdrawn by the applicant. 1 was recommended for denial by the staff, and the council denied it. 4 were denied by the council, and 19 were approved. So this ordinance has no teeth. I mean, developers come up here with a host of different reasons. Now it's because we did a shitty job of security. Usually it's the weather. Whatever reason they get granted, I'm assuming that's what's going to happen this time. And I would like to piggyback onto the previous speaker. We deserve to have peace and quiet. That's why we wrote this ordinance. Thank you.
Mr. Carpio?
Good evening, Mayor, council members. I also live at 3900 Adeline, and every day for the last few months I've been waking up at 8 a.m. and they're not even building anything, and I'm hearing construction. I'm hearing trucks backing up, and now they're asking me because, like this gentleman said, because they have poor security, and they're not going to be able to have poor security presumably in the next several months, that we also need to suffer through the weekends. It just doesn't seem fair to me. So I'm just going to go ahead and agree with this lady and the gentleman before me that this seems like it. So it's 12 weeks of weekend time. That's 24 days. That's like an extra extended month of construction. To me, that's acceptable. That's more acceptable than 12 weeks of weekend time noise outside my door. So thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Carpio.
I agree with Brian Donahue. This ordinance has no teeth, but for me, who can't hear, it doesn't really matter. You know, I'm just for people who work and they are next to the noise and next to the debris and next to the fume and next to everything, and so they should be the first one to complain, and they don't, because they have to make a livelihood out of their work, and so it's an unfortunate to be a labor guy, because you are subject to complaint by those who do not work on that type of work. And it's, I live with that, with my neighbor. She complained about the noise of the machinery, but she didn't complain about the noise of the train, because she said she got used to. And the noise of the train, you couldn't talk when it was coming by. So she complained about the weight of my drill and all that. So you see, you have to be real careful when you listen to people who complain about the working man's occupation. Thank you.
Any additional public comment on this item? All right, seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing at 8:28. Thank you. And I'm going to open up to discussion, but just going to make a quick note. I did my research on the kind of construction being used here, and Mr. Bryant, can you confirm for me that these modular units in particular are made with union labor on Mare Island, which is in Vallejo?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to address that. Who would like to kick us off with discussion? Member Donahue.
These units I've seen under construction in Mare Island. They would arrive basically as done, and they would be less flammable than typical stick construction, which before that sheetrock gets on there and the sprinkler system is installed, is a perfect inferno. And so I think that there's, if the work is not completed on a weekend, there's still less risk than if units fail to get their pressure. It just wouldn't be as extremely flammable as typical construction. So I think the risks are actually less. So I'm inclined to think that that offering that as a reason is not such a strong argument.
Member Martinez?
I'm a little sensitive to fire loss, having lost my home in 2016 to a fire. And I'm not sure if you folks who spoke at public comment were at 3900 when the fires happened. The windows on your building were blown off. The fires were extremely severe. At least one of them was a 6-alarm fire that required mutual aid from other agencies. They were very, very bad fires. So it's, I don't love weekend work. I think 9 to 6 is a much more reasonable time for the work to happen. But in this case, this development has been targeted by arsonists. So I'm inclined to grant the waiver.
Member Pats?
There is a suspect in custody. Let's not forget that. I am very moved by the two previous arsons. Let's not call them fires. That implies they were accidents. They were intentionally set. That said, shortly after the second fire, I was watching the construction over by Public Market and noticed the wood was all pink and flame retardant. There are other precautions you can take. As Member Donahue pointed out, they are less flammable, and you can actually charge. I'm not going to pretend I have any construction knowledge, but there are precautions you can take, and so I'm not as moved by that argument either.
Okay. Member Bowders?
On May 14th, 2017, I was at 1:30 in the morning at 3800 San Pablo Avenue, and I watched the careful pull down of the crane, the Biggie crane that had been melting over the source at the site. And we had to do a friendly voluntary evacuation and relocation of people Avalon building. On one hand, I'm very sympathetic to the things Councilmember Martinez has said, but on the other hand, this project has been built largely off-site, and I appreciate the developer and the mayor making the comments about how it's being produced and who's producing it. I think are relevant. But this is a hard one for me because I do believe that while there's an interest in providing fire safety and ensuring this is built properly, we're basically saying instead of doing it on a Saturday, you have to do it on your Friday. You just have to adjust your calendar. Instead of running straight through, you have to build that into your weeks. And I think there's a lot of apprehension among neighbors, not the ones who are here even, who weren't here at the time of the fire, but there's a lot of apprehension from neighbors about this, and they have dealt with the construction of this building almost to envelope completion twice. So people who aren't present here today who've lived with that construction twice, and it will happen again, and you could argue that merits doing it more quickly, but I don't even care that Christmas and New Year's are on Wednesdays. People take that whole week off. Martin Luther King Day is the third Monday of January. The same is true for President's Day in February. It's not specified what 12 weekends it is, so people can't plan when their visitors come. So I'm thinking through all of those things right now because I don't think this is a specific enough request for me to grant approval at this time.
Okay. Yeah, to be honest, when I first read the staff report on this, I was very sensitive to the fact that we had two fires, that people in the neighborhood had been living with the construction for so long, and that there is a security concern. I know there's a suspect in custody, but it's not going to trial yet, so I'm not going to make assumptions there for this building. And I do think that the direction has been taken in a positive way with union construction of these units, and that's something that I really respect. However, we have two people I've never seen in a city council meeting who got the notice and came all the way down here on their Tuesday evening, which I'm sure they could have been doing something maybe more entertaining with, to tell us how this would impact their lives personally, and that's the whole point of this process. So I really want to respect that. I'd be open to requesting, definitely, if we're going to do it, will have to be 9 a.m. because I'm not the only person. 70% of people are renters here. We have a younger population in this neighborhood, in addition to the senior housing there. I think 9 a.m. to 6 is like a minimum, but also consideration of just doing it on one weekend day so that people could have one day of just peace and quiet in their neighborhood, I think is a fair way to respect both the newer people of this neighborhood who are really dealing with this and the people who are scared of what could happen again with this development. So that would be my suggestion. Any other opinions?
I'd support your suggestion, Mayor, but I think we would have to
send it back
to the applicant and see if that will, if you can come back with
that. They'd have to notice that again, right?
Mm-hmm.
They don't have to notice it again if we're just modifying the days. It's the same envelope of time. As the prior applicants we've sent back, they changed the time periods, the frames of times.
Okay, I'm sorry, can you clarify what the modification would be?
It would be one weekend day per week.
And could you specify the day, whether it's Saturday or Sunday?
Saturday.
You could, if you're okay with the open-ended 12 weeks, you can make that modification tonight.
That's fine.
It's not a significant, I mean, it's not that
less
substantive, it's just crossing out a word.
The word Sunday.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so we can do that tonight. Vice Mayor Pats, Member Donahue, thoughts, comments, concerns?
I saw the building burn twice. I think this is a totally different kind of construction. And yeah, they had two guards there the second time. I mean, that was like vendetta style almost to get them. But I think the new construction is inherently much safer, even if the fire sprinkler system is not charged. So I just want to support the neighbors here. I don't think it's necessary to be so nervous about fire with the new kind of construction.
Okay.
Yeah, I share Member Donahue's thoughts.
Okay. Member Batters?
I'm not hearing a motion, Madam Mayor. Do you have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the noise waiver with the amendment that would only be for Saturdays and the time would be moved from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Second.
Please call the roll.
Councilmember Bouders?
No.
Councilmember Donahue?
No.
Councilmember Martinez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Pats?
No.
And Mayor Medina.
Aye.
I will make a motion to deny the request.
I'll second that.
You don't need to make a motion, it's a
It's
resolution.
it's a public hearing. We have to have a resolution to the request, or you can just leave it on the table.
No, with the
I'll
council's
leave
taking
the-
no.
I will
the council's
withdraw the
taking no
motion.
action.
I'll withdraw the motion.
Okay.
Great.
No action. All right, this item's done. All right. Okay, yes, we're going to take a 5-minute bio break. We'll meet you all back here at 8:43 p.m.
I'm gonna get some more water.
Thank you. Madam City Manager. I'm gonna steal.
Resuming City
Put
Council
that to a
business.
vote.
Thank you for your very quick scatter. I appreciate that.
Well, they might make an exception, yeah.
As long as they're somewhere.
You too. We're resuming. They were faster than you.
They're younger.
At least two of them are. All right. We're on action item 12.1, appeal by Wareham Development of the resolution. Not going to read that. The Planning Commission of the City of Emeryville approving a final development plan for Marketplace redevelopment project for an 8-story building with approximately 15,800 square feet of rentable retail space, 150,000 square feet of rentable office lab space, and 560 parking spaces, and rescinding another resolution previously adopted by the Planning Commission.
Good evening again. This presentation will be a joint effort between City Attorney's Office and the Planning Division. So as the Mayor just read out the resolution title, this is an appeal meeting. We'll start off with the City Attorney sort of talking about the recommended procedure and the action in front of the Council.
Thank you, Miru, and good evening, Mayor and Council. So before you on this slide is the recommended procedure that staff is recommending that the Council take in hearing this item tonight. This was the procedure that we had previously sent out to the parties as well as to the Council. It outlines what staff is recommending. At the end, I'll ask if the mayor would like to adopt this or would like to have a different procedure. But basically, after the staff presentation, any council clarifying questions, each side would be allowed a presentation of 15 minutes. They can break that up among as many speakers as they like within that time period, with council clarifying questions after each presentation. Thereafter, opening the public comment with each speaker limited to 3 minutes per person. And then thereafter, a follow-up rebuttal presentation by the applicant and the appellant, any council clarifying questions, and then followed by council deliberation and questions. So if so that's what staff is proposing. If the mayor as the presiding officer would like to adopt this procedure or offer another.
I'm going to adopt this procedure. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll take this next slide too. So this is the action that the council will take tonight. This is the language that comes out of our planning regulations. After considering the evidence in the record before you, the council will need to adopt one of the following resolutions. Either one, affirm the Planning Commission decision and dismiss the appeal based on a determination that the facts ascertainable from the record do not warrant further hearing, or two, set a date for a public hearing on the appeal, or three, remand the matter to the Planning Commission to reconsider the application, identifying issues that the Planning Commission is directed to consider and specifying whether or not the Commission shall hold a new public hearing. Staff has prepared 3 resolutions in your packet tonight that reflect each of those possible actions that the City Council can take. The Council will only be adopting one of them tonight. And so we will put this back up as the last slide in the presentation. Thank you, and I'll hand it back to Maru.
Michael, did you want to mention the letters that we've received?
Thank you, yes. Staff received late correspondence yesterday. That correspondence has been added to the record, so that is in the administrative record. The presentation that we have for you tonight does not include any analysis of those late letters, given that they had arrived when they did. And so this presentation is based on the administrative record that staff had produced at the time that the staff report was published.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to begin with project background. In August of 2008, the council approved the Marketplace PUD PDP. This project achieved platinum status of LEED for neighborhood development, one of the first in the country to do so. The approval laid out the site plan, the mix of uses, heights of individual buildings, and general massing. Between February of 2015 and June 2016, the Planning Commission approved final development plans, or FDPs, for 4 new buildings and an expanded and renovated park, realignment of Shelmount Street, and creation of 62nd and 63rd Streets. So these are different individual parcels with different development on that. It's easier to kind of understand if one looks at looks at it spatially. So the first FDP of the marketplace was the Emmy building. This was built in 2016, and it's 190 units. Then the second item that was built was the park that came online. It's completed today. Parcel D, or the former site of the theater building, is under construction, almost to be occupied in the next few months, and that's about 234 units. You are familiar with Parcel C. It's 2 components. There's a grocery store, which has been built, and then you have 66 units around the grocery store. Parcel B, that is the building in question today, and we will talk more about that subsequently. And Parcel A is the entitled but not yet built building. It's a residential building accommodating 185 units with ground floor retail space. So this Parcel A right now is a parking lot which serves the existing marketplace uses, or the uses in the existing marketplace buildings. In order, this cannot be built unless Parcel B is built, because this is the location for parking of the existing marketplace uses, as well as ground floor retail for Parcel A, and some and replacement of some parking that was lost as a construction of Parcel C. For the Parcel B, the first FDP was approved in June of 2016, which accommodated only the parking with ground floor retail. So this parking, as I just mentioned, would be to accommodate the parking for existing marketplace users. As like the slide says, the garage would provide parking for existing commercial users, and as well as for existing parking lot on Parcel A. In 2018, City Center then proposed a modified proposal for Parcel B to accommodate office space. And this revised proposal is a 113-foot tall building, 8-story building that includes ground floor retail, about 16,000 square feet, 4 levels of structured parking, and 150,000 square feet of office space on the top 3 levels. Parcel B office FDP was approved by the Commission earlier in the year, in January 24th. That approval was appealed by Wareham Development. The City Council then remanded the appeal to the Commission on March 19th, and the Commission reviewed the appeal and unanimously approved the project on May 14th of this year. This approval by the Commission was called by the City Council for review, and this decision has also been appealed by Wareham Development. So this is kind of the Parcel B building in context with, this is the Parcel C, and this is Parcel D building, that's a residential building. And this is Emery Station West, and these are the railroad tracks. So the contents of the appeal letter is divided into 7 different sections. The first one talks about Wareham's interest, gives a brief background, and then it has about 5 contentions. One is that the FDP is inconsistent with the governing PDP and thus may not be approved, that the FDP does not comply with the conditions of approval, mitigation measures, and thus cannot be approved. The FDP is inconsistent with the city's general plan and cannot be approved, and that the FDP cannot be approved without further CEQA review, and finally that there are viable design alternatives available for development on Parcel B. The first 2 is something that that staff will not be addressing because it's more of a background and context that the appeal letter sets for its appeal contents. So I'll be dealing with the last 5. So the first one, that the FDP is inconsistent with the governing PDP and thus may not be approved. The contention here is that it's not consistent with the PDP because the project is larger in square footage and massing allowed by the PDP. Our response is that the PDP calls at this site for a building up to 120,000 square feet of office, about 30,000 square feet of commercial space, some parking, and a height not to exceed 120 feet. These parameters for the building may be modified so long as the FAR does not exceed 2.0 in the aggregate, and the height and the general massing does not exceed that what was approved in the PDP. This is per PUD PDP condition of approval number 1A3. So it's not only this building that doesn't have to fit precisely into the parameters, but it could be every other building in the PUD PDP development. The FAR of the PUD PDP with the proposed parcel B building is 1.84 and therefore less than 2.0, which is the condition of approval of the PUD. And the building height is 113 feet, which is under 120 feet. So when you break down the PDP mix of uses with the FDP that have either which are under construction or have been approved, what you see is that overall the PUD build-out will have 90,200 square feet of less commercial space, as well as about 25 fewer units. And as noted earlier, the PUD conditions of approval allow the parameters such as square footage of the mix of uses as long as the proposal complies with the overall FAR, height, and general massing. Now, the PDP plans that were approved in 2008 do not include any renderings, and instead consists of site plans for different phases, axonometric figures showing massing of various buildings, a shadow study, a parking table, and a plan for pedestrian transit and bicycle improvements at completion. There are no physical designs of buildings in the approved PUD plans because designs of the individual buildings are determined through the FDP process and not through the PUD PDP process. The goal of an approved PUD PDP is to set certain parameters regarding the mix of uses, height, density, and floor area ratio. The idea is to allow flexibility in a setting where key parameters have been approved. Therefore, the finding to be made is that of substantial conformance. It is in this context that the Commission found the project to be consistent with the PDP. So the second contention is that the FDP does not comply with the conditions of approval, and that the project is not in compliance with conditions regarding aesthetics and wind impacts. Now, aesthetics-related conditions that are under review pertain to the surrounding industrial character, streetscape vitality, articulation of building facades, and reflectivity of external materials. The design-related conditions are not discrete, and compliance with them is not a yes or a no answer. It is up to the decision-making body to make findings of compliance. These have been made by the Planning Commission now twice. Based on the record that the Commission has found, the proposed project provides a modern design that speaks to the industrial vernacular and that employs high-quality materials and makes use of public art to be provided additional interest and articulation. And these responses have been further articulated or outlined in detail in the staff report. The issue for the City Council is to consider whether the Planning Commission's actions are supported by its findings and whether those findings are supported by substantial evidence in the record. In terms of wind impacts, that's the wind condition of approval, which is essentially a mitigation measure. This issue was brought up by Wareham in its first appeal, and the whole idea of this mitigation measure or the condition of approval was to mitigate a potentially significant impact identified in the EIR. So when this issue was first brought up by Wareham, the applicant submitted a wind tunnel analysis that concluded that based on the exposure, massing, and orientation of the proposed building, it would not have the potential to adversely affect ground level winds near its base. At the proposed landscaped open spaces at the north and south end of the site, within the adjacent parcel A to the south, or at the properties east of the site on the far side of the train tracks. And this is the RWDI report, which is the applicant's, the city center's wind consultant. The appellant's wind consultant, CPP's report, summarizes that the FTP will result in uncomfortable wind conditions in the corridor between parcels A and B, whereas the original PDP building configuration, it will not. However, at no time does the CPP's wind study conclude that a project will cause wind levels to exceed 36 miles per hour. That is the threshold for significant impact identified in the Marketplace EIR. Thus, neither the appellant's analysis nor the applicant's analysis results in a significant impact under CEQA. So the distinction between the two experts is that the applicant's expert compares the project's impacts to baseline conditions, whereas the appellant's expert compares the project's impacts to the PDP design. Since the condition of approval is to implement a mitigation measure, and CEQA requires the analysis of the two projects' impacts to be analyzed against wind conditions that exist before the building is constructed, the issue to consider is whether the project creates a significant wind impact when compared to the baseline conditions. When the baseline conditions are taken into account and the wind conditions analyzed, the applicant's consultant concludes that the addition of the project reduces the impacts from the existing wind across the site. If a project reduces wind speeds when compared to the baseline conditions, then it cannot be considered a significant impact under CEQA. And in any case, the threshold of impact, 36 miles per hour, it does not exceed that either. The third contention is that the FTP is inconsistent with the general plan. Now, whether the project is consistent with the current general plan policies is not relevant here. This is because the PUD-PDP is required to be consistent with the applicable general plan policies in effect at the time of approval. So in approving FTP, the Commission is only required to make findings as it relates to consistency with the PDP and the satisfaction of conditions of approval imposed on the PDP. If the Council determines that the Commission's findings are based on substantial evidence, then the project is presumed to be consistent with the general plan in effect at the time of PUD-PDP was approved. So the general plan policies cited in appellant's letters are from the current general plan, which was adopted after the PUD-PDP was approved. Nonetheless, in the staff report, the staff report outlines how the project is consistent with the policies of the current general plan that are highlighted in the appellant's letter. The fourth contention is that the project requires further CEQA review, that the marketplace environmental checklist is inadequate as it relates to its consideration of the following mitigation measures, and these are 3 related to aesthetics, 2 related to wind, and 1 related to shade. So the first one, the AES 1 mitigation measures, was incorporated as a condition of approval, and which I discussed earlier in the presentation under where the appellant said that the project does not meet the conditions of approval. So I'm not going to repeat that. The second aesthetic mitigation measure relates to the reflective properties of the project building, and that these need to be assessed by the city during the review of the FTP plans of the project. And the FTP review needs to ensure that the use of reflective exterior materials is minimized and that the proposed reflective material would not create additional daytime or nighttime glare. So I'm going to go a little bit into that. Contention is that the building's primary finish materials are metal panels, concrete block, plaster, and glass. Metal surfaces have a non-reflective matte finish. Concrete block and plaster have rough surfaces that are generally non-reflective. Glass covers about 20 to 30% of exterior surface area and is composed of divided light window units, characteristic of industrial style articulation, at the upper office and lab floors, and the ground floor mixed uses areas to break up the size of glass surfaces to avoid creating additional daytime or nighttime glare. At the parking level, the light fixtures are full cutoff to avoid creating additional daytime or nighttime glare visible to surrounding neighbors. In terms of the second mitigation measures related to the aesthetic, it states that the specific lighting proposals shall be submitted and reviewed as part of each FTP plan for each new building on the project site and approved by the city prior to the issuance of building permit. So this needs to be done before the building permit is issued. Obviously, the building permit has not been issued, and there are several conditions of approval in the FTP approval that ensure that the city will be reviewing the proposed lighting before it issues the building permit for this building. Regarding the wind mitigation measures, these were incorporated as conditions of approval and have been discussed earlier in the presentation. Regarding shade, it says no mitigation measure is available to reduce this impact to less than significant level. The City Council, in approving the PUD back in 2008, acknowledged that this impact could not be mitigated and adopted a statement of overriding considerations to allow the project to go forward. The last contention here is that appellant proposes two alternative designs for the project that allegedly provide the same rentable area as the current project and therefore constitute viable design alternatives for Parcel B. The first option has less parking than the current project, and this is problematic because the project's parking serves not only uses on Parcel B, as I mentioned earlier, but also on the existing commercial uses in the marketplace and the retail uses on the ground floor to be built on Parcel A. The second option includes underground parking. Constructing underground parking west of the railroad is particularly challenging because of the high water table, which often substantially drives up costs for waterproofing. In addition, both the options have lower ceiling heights for the office lab space than the FTP building, which could be problematic for the building design and building purpose. So I will be ending my presentation here. The last slide, I'm going to leave it to Michael to reiterate what the council action is.
Thank you, Miru. Before you, this is a repeat of the earlier slide. Again, these are the three options that are available to the council tonight to affirm the Planning Commission's decision and dismiss the appeal based on the determination that the facts ascertainable from the record do not warrant further hearing, or two, set a date for a public hearing on the appeal, or three, remand the matter to the Planning Commission to reconsider the application, identifying issues that the Commission is directed to consider and specifying whether or not the Commission shall hold a new public hearing. I also wanted to note for the record, in terms of correspondence that we have received, that we also had, in addition to the correspondence that we received yesterday, we had received correspondence from Wareham's representative dated September 16th, and that's listed in the administrative record index is tabs 126 through 128. So I just wanted to note that in terms of the correspondence that's been received. So the resolutions are prepared for the council as well, based on each of the three options that are available to you. That's the conclusion of the staff report.
Thank you. Okay, any clarifying questions for staff? All right, seeing none, we're going to kick off proceedings. The applicant has 15 minutes to provide a presentation, and then we'll have council clarifying questions.
Did you have a presentation?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Matt Francois, Rattan and Tucker on behalf of Wareham Development. With me tonight is Rich Robbins and Jeff Sears. We're pleased to be before you, and I appreciate the thorough and thoughtful staff report that was given. I would just point out to start with that our request is that you simply set this appeal for a public hearing and emphasize that this body itself unanimously called this item up for review. And that's not the first time you've called up the Planning Commission's action on this item or called it into question. So that signals to Wareham, and I think to the general public, that there are some issues here that at least merit a public hearing. And I'd like to talk about some of the bigger picture issues today. One of the primary reasons why we believe this merits a further public hearing is because the FDP is not in substantial conformance with the PDP. And the question that I have there is that the condition that your predecessors imposed on the PDP, condition 1B, specifically states that the future final development plan shall substantially comply with the PDP plans. So not just the FAR or the height or the setback, that drawing, that bird's eye view at the top, it has to be in substantial conformance with that as well. Those were the plans that Heller Manis prepared as part, those are the approved plans, approved in connection with the PDP. And your condition says that when an FDP is proposed, it has to be in substantial conformance with the PDP. Jeffrey Heller, the architect of those plans, sent you a letter dated May 28th, which stated that the current building design, which Mr. Heller referred to as a super block, does not substantially comply with the original development and significantly diminishes it through its massing and lack of any meaningful relief or articulation. In addition to conformance with this condition, there are other important conditions that the FDP fails to comply with. One of them primarily is dealing with aesthetics. And on aesthetics, the PDP contained very detailed conditions that required that there be stepped back upper floors to provide appropriate building height transitions to adjacent buildings. In the staff report, we're told that because there are lower heights on a different parcel, that there are step-down building height transitions. I think you can see from the FDP photo there and graphic, there are no such step-down in heights, whereas there were step-down in heights in the PDP design. Other conditions that were imposed on the PDP related to aesthetics say that the design of building facade shall include sufficient articulation and detail to avoid the appearance of blank walls or box-like forms. One of the planning commissioner members herself testified that this was a box, and as you can see from the picture, it truly is. Another condition says that building planes, colors, balconies, and trellises shall be included to ensure that no visual wall is created along the railroad right-of-way. You're looking in the FDP picture, you're looking at the railroad right-of-way, and it really couldn't be more of a 470-foot long, 113-foot wall. In addition, a condition was imposed that said building heights shall not exceed the heights shown in the preliminary development plans. So these were the heights that were shown in the preliminary development plans, the approved plans. As you can see right here, it's not correct to say that the approved plans allowed for 120 feet across this entire parcel. And the area shown in gray right here, marked as Office 1, 5 levels, that's what was approved for up to 120 feet. You can see right here, it says 2 floors, so that wasn't approved for 120 feet. And 5 floors for the parking was to be the podium across the entire site. So it's simply not credible to say that the entire site was approved for 120 feet, when this diagram from the approved plan shows that it wasn't. In addition to aesthetics concerns, we also have significant wind concerns. And the wind concerns focus on the fact that, first of all, the analysis that was done, this matter was brought to you on an appeal. You remanded it to the Planning Commission, and the Planning Commission on height and design issue, or wind and design issues. The Planning Commission held a public hearing without even a wind study prepared. It got continued, and the wind study was prepared the day before the hearing. So there wasn't adequate time for the public to review and comment on that. And unfortunately, I don't dispute the credentials or the analysis that was done in terms of it being a professional wind study done in a wind tunnel. But the problem was that it compared it to existing conditions. So it's really apples and oranges. If you're relying on a prior EIR, and this is sort of sequel 101, if you're relying on a prior EIR, as is the case here, you have to compare what the proposed project is to what was studied in the last EIR. That hasn't been done by anyone on the applicant's team in terms of wind. It's done on other issues, admittedly, and we don't think it's done correctly there, but on wind, it absolutely has not been. And under CEQA, it has to be. So the only wind study that you have before you is the wind study that was prepared by Wareham's consultant that compares the two. It compares the FDP to the PDP, and it determines that this is going to create uncomfortable wind conditions, both at the street level, and create a narrow gap between the buildings on parcel A and B. In other words, it's going to create a wind tunnel, which is going to have impacts to that entire area there, not creating an inviting pedestrian experiences, which is what the entire goal of the marketplace PDP was to do. I've talked about the aesthetics. I've talked about wind. I would caution and urge you that in terms of, I quite frankly have not seen a staff report that said the general plan is irrelevant. I've been in land use for 20 years, and I also serve on a city council. The general plan is the constitution of development. Any land use decision has to be consistent with it. So the fact that the PDP was consistent with the plan is fine, but the FDP has to be consistent with it as well. And you have aesthetics policies, you have design policies that mimic some of the conditions that we talked about that haven't been met here. You also have transportation policies, and I applaud your leadership on this, to establish parking maximums and eliminate parking minimums and encourage people to take transit. You're in an urban area. You've got the Emeryville go-round. You've got the train station right across the tracks. This is not the place where you want to impose hundreds of additional parking spaces in excess of code. It's time to think differently. And I think that I would encourage you to do that, especially with this project. And quite honestly, there are design alternatives here. And the design alternatives that Wareham's consultant prepared achieve the same level of square footage. One of them achieves the same number of parking spaces as the proposal, with one level of underground parking. Underground parking is done in Emeryville, it's done in Berkeley, it's done in areas where there are high water tables. It can be done, and I would urge you to do it here, or at least set the matter for a public hearing so we can have a full vetting of the issue and really not just have a full understanding of what the economic constraints are and whether or not there's flexibility in the parking code to allow for a viable design alternative that still achieves the applicant's desire, but also creates what you're looking for in terms of the marketplace. And I would just say, again, serving on another council of an East Bay city, that we look to cities like Emeryville because you're at the forefront of issues like design and parking. And I would strongly encourage you not to abdicate your roles on that, to really be a role model, not only for this city, but for other cities in the area. This is an important policy issue for the council. I think it merits, at minimum, a public hearing. Options 1 and 3, in my mind, are not viable alternatives because option 1 is essentially rubber stamping what the Planning Commission has done. And option 3 is sending it back to the Planning Commission. I think at this point, these involve important policy matters about the future development of the marketplace, and I completely understand and appreciate that the applicant and the city want to see this come to fruition. So does Wareham, but they want to see it done right. And I would ask you to encourage and enable the applicant to do it right. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Yeah, for your succinct presentation. Any clarifying questions? Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Actually, I do have.
Oh, back.
I'm sorry. You know what? In the appeal number 1 letter from Wareham, it talked about livable gaps between different building masses, and I'm just wondering if that was a term that you folks came up with, or if that is something from the original planning documents.
Yeah, I think what we were getting at there was what is more along the lines of what is in the PDP, which were the step downs on the north and south sides of the building, that there was essentially height transitions and kind of avoidance of narrow gaps that create some sort of wind tunnel.
And is there a specific definition for livable gaps, or is that just a term of art?
I think it was kind of more art than science.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right then, we've got 15 minutes for the applicant's presentation.
Good evening, commissioners, or city council members, sorry. My name is Mark Steffen. I'm the president of City Center Realty Partners. We're the owners and developers of the Emeryville public market. This is a complicated issue, and as you know from all the reams of paper, boxes of papers you guys have been provided, we've been working on this project for 7 years now. And this is one of the culminating pieces in bringing our vision for the public market to come together. I want to address just a few things briefly, give you a few bullet points, and I'm going to turn it over to the rest of our team here. One about public hearings. This is the 4th public hearing that we've had on this particular parcel. And from the public that has spoken, the vast majority of them have been in favor of this project. So it's not like this hasn't had a public review. Secondly, Wareham's council focuses on the idea that the PDP has to conform specifically to each parcel. And nowhere in the PDP does it say it has to conform specifically to each parcel. And in fact, the history of this project has been that it's been looked at as massing and shape over the entire project and not parcel specific. And in fact, if you look, the ME project is not what the original PDP was. Parcel C is not what the original PDP was. Parcel A is not. Parcel D is not. Christie Park is not. And the roads are not. But overall, it's in conformance with the public market PDP. So I think that's an important distinction to make. The other thing that I want to talk about is parking. And we've run many studies for parking for this project. We understand the interrelationships between retail, between residential, between office. And we will acknowledge the fact that this is not a suburban project, it's an urban project, but given it does have some limitations and that it doesn't have direct access to some other modes of transportation like BART, et cetera. But the important aspect here is that what is on the ground right now, we have records, we know what the situation with the parking is. The highest demand during the day is lunchtime, no surprise there. That's when, at that time, the parking lots are all full. Our structured parking, the service lots. And we have, let me tell you, we have 769 spaces right now, and they're full at lunchtime. And but that's going to change because we're going to have increases to demand. The food hall is only 70% leased, and we've got another, we'll need another 17 parking spaces to feed that demand. The grocery store is not occupied, and when that's occupied, we're going to need 105 spaces for that. The new retail at Parcel B will need 70 spaces. The lab space at 2.5 per thousand would need 374. Parcel A, per its entitlements, are required to provide 60 spaces in Parcel B. And then we've got a Tesla charging station that's going to require 14 spaces. So we've got total new demand of another 640 spaces. Added to the 769, it's a total demand of 1,409 spaces. But unfortunately, we're going to lose some of our supply. We lose 241 spaces when Avalon builds on parcel A, when and if parcel B is built. We also lose 121 spaces that we are parking temporarily over at 5850 Shell Mound Way. When that landowner decides to develop their parcel, those will go away. So what we find is that we have demand increases to 1,400, supply decreases to 407. So we've got a shortfall of 1,000 parking spaces. We're proposing adding 560 spaces. We're still going to be significantly underparked. So if we're concerned about setting a model for the future, the parking ratios are very, very low. And my concern is that the last people that come to the project during the day are the customers for the food hall. And if they can't find parking, many of them walk from across the railroad tracks, but right now that parcel A is the reservoir we use for the folks who come to the food hall. And that fills up at lunchtime. We keep it clean and empty the rest of the day. They're going to go out of business. And you can ask any of my tenants in the food hall, and they'll tell you it's very important to have adequate parking. And lastly, I want to talk about the design. It's stated that we have just a blank wall, and I think it's anything but a blank wall. The Planning Commission has said it's much more than a blank wall. They like the aesthetics and the fact that it's an homage to the industrial past. We've got glazing and plaster on the east wall, and which provides very good interest. And then most importantly, we have art that is going to wrap the parking spaces. And I'm going to let Dorka come up and talk about this world-class art that I think is going to be much more interesting to look at than a few setbacks and niches on the building.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. I'm Dorka Keene. I'm the art consultant on the project, and I specialize in public art. I work on projects that are both small projects here in the East Bay, Berkeley, et cetera, also on large projects such as the Bay Lights that you may cross over the Bay Bridge that you see. So I really spend a lot of time thinking about how art impacts the public sphere. I also sit on the Civic Design Committee for the City of San Francisco, so I'm constantly thinking about how art relates to the community that it's in, the city that it's in. And so when I was first hired for this project went through the Arts Commission and has been approved. Initially, the budget was $1 million because of this building. The budget is now $3.25 million, of which our plan is to spend at least $2 million on this building. We looked at a variety of elements when we were making the decisions on where the art would go here. We looked at your city plan for art. We looked at the plan for this neighborhood. It was always our intention to have art be an integral component of this building from the get-go, and that it would enhance the pedestrian experience, that they would have an experience of going by the building. There would be movement and activity on the building because of the art. So just quickly, really we looked at the overall project goals was to create a unique visual identity for the market, to enhance the identity of the district, and to make it a regional destination. Public art is a draw. Public art is an economic driver, and public art enhances communities and cities. It will serve as an attraction for both tourists and for locals. Our plan is to commission vibrant, high-quality artwork. Artwork that will be by both local and internationally recognized artists, artwork that is relevant to a broad audience, and that's really going to create an amazing experience for pedestrians and for drivers as they go by. So again, the curatorial vision was to have some very fun, colorful, whimsical artworks, and that's very much based on sort of the aesthetics that have already been in place here with the artwork, as well as conversations with the Arts Commission. So the initial art plan was approved by the Arts Commission. So there are 5 locations for art. Just quickly, I'm going to... Okay, great. So there's 5 locations, of which 2 of the locations are on the building. The west elevation would have artwork going along where the parking structure is. I'm just going to quickly run through sort of the types of artists that we're looking at, the types of artwork that we're thinking about. Christian Moeller. There's opportunities for neon, for LEDs, for movement. So really, I'm showing you a variety of different types of art. This is obviously past artwork. They would be developing site-specific proposals for the building. So really, that's going to be very vibrant. The east elevation, we're looking at really focusing on Bay Area artists. So here are some examples of Bay Area artists. This is a very difficult site to place art on because it has very narrow egress. So that just kind of gives you a sense of the type of art that we're looking at. And I'm going to pass it on to Chelsea now.
You can scroll forward to the beginning. Good afternoon. My name is Chelsea McLean. I'm a land use partner at Holland & Knight. I have been involved along with my firm on the project for more than 13 years, not only for this client team, but for TMG partners. The city staff here tonight has also been involved in the PDP since its inception. So this is not a project where there's been turnover. To the contrary, there's been remarkable continuity with full fluency of the PDP goals. I took this picture in my office today of all of the materials that have been submitted since the January appeal. It has been an intense process. The comments that have been submitted by the appellant have shifted over time. At first, they were more about TDM and tower separation. The newest comments are about parking and streetscaping. So it has been a long process, and we really would like to move forward. Here we talk about the crux of the appeal, the conformance with the PDP. The Planning Commission's findings are supported by substantial evidence. As Maru described very well and in a lot of detail, the PDP allows flexibility so long as the FDP substantially complies with the intent of the PDP. The FDP adheres to the PDP. The 113-foot height is less than the not to exceed 120-foot height. When the appellant's attorney just highlighted a plan, they seem to be reading into the color of gray shading when saying that the height does not, the 120-foot height does not extend across the entire parcel. We see 120 feet. We understood it to extend across the entire parcel. Throughout the entire project as a whole, the total FAR and commercial square footage is less than the PDP. And we can have the architects also explain the FDP responds to market conditions with design and floor plates that will attract R&T tenants. This slide shows a comparison of the PDP to the FDP. We've also heard a little bit about the history, starting with the 64th and Christie parcel. The street shifted around the 64th and Christie parcel. As a result, that changed all of the surrounding parcels. Similarly, we want to highlight that parcel A is much shorter than was allowed under the PDP. The PDP would have allowed 175 feet. Parcel A has been entitled for 85 feet and 50 feet. And so when you look at the project as a whole, that created more capacity. For the FDP, as Maru highlighted, we have more R&D, but less retail, and importantly, no new CEQA impacts, because again, the PDP created a total envelope, and as long as you don't exceed that envelope and there are no new significant impacts, it created flexibility. I hate to bore you with case law. I won't go into this too far, but I do want to frame the legal context, which is that a decision on conformance with the PDP, a decision on consistency with the general plan. Those are planning determinations, and as I'm sure you know, they are subject to deference. There's ample evidence in the record to support both the PDP conformance determination and the general plan consistency determination. I have 2 cases highlighted too where flexibility has been allowed. In one case, the shopping center was double the acreage and 70,000 more square feet than the space contemplated in the original plan. So these cases reflect the legal framework, which is that cities have discretion on these planning determinations. Again, I'm not going to go into all of the ample findings on consistency with design standards, conditions of approval, and mitigation measures. We got to hear a little bit, although I very rudely cut off Dorca on some of the exciting art designs. On CEQA, there's a strong presumption against subsequent CEQA review after an EIR has been certified. It's only necessary if there is a new significant impact or a substantial increase in the severity of the impact. Planning Commission found no new impacts based on a detailed checklist, and that was further supported by technical studies. Again, we have CEQA case law that shows that projects can evolve over time, and cities can continue to rely on EIRs even as much as 16 years. They can even approve 8 modifications, as what happened in that airport pollution case, as long as it's shown that there's no new significant impacts. Wind. We've had quite a history on wind. We first had a certified meteorologist who found no new impacts based on naturally ventilated parking. He did not find the need for a computerized wind tunnel test. However, we went ahead and had it prepared. It's a very detailed study. It was prepared in Canada. We literally did not have it until the day before the hearing. That's when we submitted it. I have to say, in contrast, the appellant submitted a study the hour before a hearing. That study was dated 5 days earlier. Nonetheless, our consultant, RWDI, they do the most scientifically accurate wind study tests. And I will stop there.
Thank you. Any clarifying questions?
I have some.
Yes, Member Batters.
I have a few questions. So you made the comment about the image in the original PDP, and you believe that the 120-foot applies across it. So if that was the case, I mean, it appears that the current FDP, you've filled the development envelope, have you not?
Filled the development envelope.
Like you've maxed the height.
Mm-hmm.
And you've
well,
maxed,
113 of the 120, yes.
Yeah, and you have the screen, the 15-foot screen, and you have the stacks on it, but you've essentially filled the height and the FAR, is that correct?
Filled the height, project-wide FAR is below the 2.0 FAR.
Just below it?
Yes.
Okay, because you're asking for additional square footage, so it came from somewhere, right? Contrary to the PDP, like, because the original PDP had 120,000 square feet of office.
Correct.
And you're asking to have additional square footage come in, so in theory, the original PDP contemplated not using the full envelope, so it kind of goes against your argument.
So we have increased the R&D square footage, but to the north end, there was retail square footage that is not part of the project. So while we have more R&D, we have less retail, and that was part of the traffic analysis that was conducted. There was a trip generation analysis, and it looked at the currently proposed FDP trips as compared to the PDP trips on parcel B. It found less trips. It also looked at all of the trips project-wide and found less trips project-wide. So the PDP language, again, there's the development envelope, and it also relates to CEQA impacts. As long as you have no CEQA impacts, we believe that provided some flexibility project-wide.
Did you want to add something before I ask my next question?
I mean, the distinction here is whether we believe this, and the precedent has been that this is looked at on a project-wide basis rather than a specific project basis. And the precedent was established with the ME, as I said, with parcel D, parcel C, parcel A, and parcel C in the streets, and the park. So those were all looked at and changed as long as they're in conformance with the entire PDP. And that's, I think, the distinction between our argument and the appellants, whether it's specific to the parcel or the project as a whole. And we think the precedent shows that it's the project as a whole.
Right, I think the argument is one of the issues to kind of think about here, because I think there is the precedent issue of the prior FDPs all being amended away from the way the PDP looks. But I'm looking at your Kimley Horn letter from December 12th, 2018, which is the Exhibit 30 for my colleagues. And it has on here, a net of 46,000 additional square feet being, it does say fewer trips because of the change in use. So I'm just trying to understand, to the argument about the construction envelope being filled now versus before, like your position is that the PDP contemplated essentially the possibility of a large rectangular building up to 120 feet across the entire length of that property.
Mm-hmm.
That's your position on that.
Right, and in exchange, we have less retail.
You keep saying that, but on your own document, you dropped 15,000 square feet of retail, but you added 61,000 square feet of office and research development space.
Yes.
So a net gain of 46,000 is
Yes.
what this is saying.
Yeah, but the difference is there's a huge difference between parking demand between life science and retail.
Well, that's a separate issue I have, which is if you go back to 2008 when this PDP was approved, and you were approved at a parking clip under our 1988 guidelines for parking for retail and restaurant is a much higher per 1,000 square feet than it is for research space and office space. Even under our modern code, retail and restaurants get 3 to 5 spaces per 1,000 square feet, and office gets 2.4. So now you're converting the uses, but you want more spaces on this site. And I understand that you need to replace the spaces. You're not adding to the PDP. I'm not saying that, but you had a large envelope of spaces to begin with. So to the issue of overparking, my question is, or the parking issue, I won't call it overparking, the issue of parking that's been raised, I guess my question is, with the use change, why so much parking still? I mean, you've gone over all the places that need it, but
Yeah,
the use has
so
changed,
what
why?
I'm basing my presentation on is what exists on the ground today. You can go out there and you can look and see where the parking demand is for the projects that exist today. And if you go out there at noontime, you'll see that all the parking spaces are full. And if you talk to parking consultants, they'll tell you really want about a 10% vacancy rate so people coming can find a spot. You go look at the website, most of the comments we have are about parking and people saying, I can't find parking. It doesn't matter that there's maybe a few spaces, that's what they say, and that keeps them away. But if you look at today, it's full. And so as you change, we're going to lose spaces, as I outlined. And even if you didn't build the life science space, we'd still be underparked.
Yeah, I have a question for the art consultant. Hi, you talked about having essentially on the east side of the building, you have essentially very little egress space, right? You have the railroad right up against the building.
Right.
So my question is, under one of the issues that the appellant has raised regarding aesthetics, the building is supposed to be articulated and have a certain amount of fenestration to it. And given that you essentially are up against this vertical plane, which is the easement rights of the railroad,
Right.
something we're all here familiar with because we've dealt with it a few times, how do you plan to have art on the east side of the building that articulates the building in a way that would make it compliant and to
So
a subjective review?
We're going to have the elements of the artwork will be dropped off the top of the building and brought down. So it'll still be alongside the facade of the building, but we're not going to be mounting it from the ground up.
I'm not talking about the installation. I'm talking about the actual visual, because it's an aesthetic issue, right?
Sure, absolutely.
The PDP says there should be sufficient detail and articulation and fenestration to allow for there to be a visually interesting appearance, and it should avoid large blocks.
Here's an example right here of something that we could do on the back of the building. Here's another example. These are similar type structures. Let me just go. Here's another option that we could put on the back of the building. I'm not, specifically this type of artwork, but this type of idea as far as.
So it's your position that even a flat installation can articulate a building?
Well, I mean, look at this one right here. I think has so much movement, and that's flat. And there can be movement going through the artwork. There can be lights going through the artwork. I mean, just like the Bay lights on the Bay Bridge, those are flat lights going right along the cables, but they create incredible movement. So absolutely. And I think that's what we've been talking a lot about, is having artwork that really engages the audience on both sides. And I'm very, excited about this building because there's such opportunity to do something really gorgeous and beautiful that people are going to want to come and experience here, much more than having, little slats or fenestrations or, little windows on the back of it, on the either side of those buildings. I mean, the art is going to be such a draw for this neighborhood and for Emeryville. I think it's an exciting opportunity for an artist to play with such a huge, space, a huge canvas, and really create something really exciting for this community.
Okay, thank you. And is the wind consultant here? Are you the person to ask the wind questions to then?
Since they are in Canada, yes.
Okay. Let me pull up my question. My wind question, it's Exhibit 87. Sorry, give me 1 second to find it. It's the right one to start. No, it's not the right one to start. It is...
Which wind study do you want?
What's that? No, I don't want that one. I'm looking for something else first. I'm looking for the original, oh, here, 31 maybe.
For those at home, we have a lot of wind study material in front of us.
I can ask a broad wind question
for
while
it.
you're looking
Yes.
for
Go
that.
for it.
So, in regards to the wind study, can you speak to the appellant's claim that the wind study done for CCRP is inadequate because it must consider original EIR conditions and not current conditions?
Sure. So I want to start with the relevant question under CEQA. When there is a subsequent review after an EIR has been certified, the question is whether there's a new significant impact or a substantial increase in the severity of impacts. That then takes you to the significance threshold. And the significance threshold that was identified in the EIR is whether there's an increase in winds over 36 miles per hour. So in determining whether you have a project impact that increases wind over 36 miles per hour, the wind consultants looked at the project impacts as compared to existing conditions. They found one location where wind exceeded 36 miles per hour under existing conditions, but then the project would actually reduce that. It would remove the wind hazard. For informational purposes, the consultants also look at wind comfort. So that's wind, I believe it's at 26 miles per hour, and on average found an improvement. So going back to the significance threshold, the consultants found no exceedance of the wind hazard.
But that's significance measured against baseline conditions
Right.
today, not against the
Right.
conditions at the time of the EIR.
Right, and then the other response I was going to have to that is that the PDP was conceptual. It did not have, it didn't have the design elements that could be studied in a wind tunnel, or it wouldn't be accurate. And so the EIR, knowing that the PDP was conceptual, as far as I can tell, it then imposed mitigation measures that required a qualified wind consultant review of the final design and a wind tunnel study if necessary. That was all to be done on a final design. And so comparing to the PDP that was, as Maru explained, I don't want to summarize, but conceptual, it's not a final design. You can't do a wind tunnel study. And I know you've seen all the materials. They actually build a model. They account for the parking is naturally ventilated. All those types of measures, and they consultants knew that we would have art, and they factored that in. All of those project-specific details are what goes into make an accurate wind tunnel study.
Okay, thank you.
So I have a few questions on the wind study, and then I'm done with my questions. My first question is, so in 2016, when the original FDP was approved, there was no wind study done, and the building at the time was 4 to 5 stories. It was mostly a parking garage, and it just had ground floor retail. But when you came in 2018 and applied to modify and significantly increase the building, why wasn't the wind study done at that point? Why did we go through this process and ignore what was required in the conditions of approval?
So this is my opinion, and staff can correct me if I'm wrong. I actually found it arguable whether wind analysis was required for this parcel.
Because you looked at the UA Cinema and the Shell Mound building issue, and you said that's not the buildings. But if you're moving all the massing from the neighboring buildings into this building, isn't it conclusive that you should pretty much be doing this? You just move the building.
So the so parcel A was going to be 175 feet and
Right.
parcel D was going to be 150 feet. There are studies that say you typically don't have wind impacts for projects under 100 over, sorry, let's see if I get that wrong. You don't have wind impacts for projects under 100 feet. That's kind of just a screening threshold. And so the combination of it not being clear that it applied to parcel B and just that screening threshold of a project under 100 feet, we honestly didn't think that it was necessary.
Okay, so you just felt it wasn't necessary. Nobody at staff asked you to do it. Nobody asked you to do it. Okay. So when you get to that wind analysis, though, the first letter that was submit, March 22nd, 2019, it's Exhibit 62. I just had a question about how this was formulated, because I actually, I'm a little skeptical of this. That's why I wanted to not put you on the spot, but ask your wind person, because the existing conditions that are cited, the existing conditions, you just gave Councilmember Martinez the answer that you can't compare it to the conditions that exist at the time of the PDP because there was nothing modeled. It wasn't conceptually bigger than just this idea, right? But this is lifted verbatim from the EIR, which is from 2008. And so even the amount of wind per miles at 8.6, that's taken from a prior period of time because I went to the Alameda Naval website to search for the current weather data and wind, and it's 7.2 now. So I'm just curious if this was actually studied, right? Or if this was simply copied from the EIR and placed as background on this. So I had some concerns with this document and its authenticity as to being actually conducted.
And I'm sorry, are you referring to the
Not your study. I'm
RWI?
looking at Donald Belante's letter.
Donald Belante's.
Yeah, from March 22nd. That's the first set of questions I have, was because that was what was used to justify why the first appeal was covered with wind study, right? And then we didn't get your actual wind tunnel study until May, I believe, when you actually submitted it right before we had the hearing. So my first question was just, I wanted to note that I wasn't sure about the premises in his initial analysis because it essentially regurgitates the 2007 EIR. So I just wanted to note that for you and my colleagues. But then I also wanted to point out in Exhibit 87, which is the full pedestrian wind study, you mentioned you did this analysis and you have the buildings and the modeling to use, and I noticed that, yes, the wind hazard conditions under the existing scenario with the project, you removed all of the sites that would have exceeded. But there was one under wind comfort, and I know that's not one of the metrics specifically, but we're reviewing this, and in terms of asking questions I'll be honest, I'm very dubious of the wind work that was done up until the last minute, right? Because it feels like it was done very last minute. And I watched the Planning Commission hearing, and there was no presentation by staff on this. There was no presentation by you on this. It was simply submitted, and then they voted. They went through their talking points. So I have been concerned that this has not been analyzed adequately. That is my concern, just to be transparent. But when you look at wind comfort, under the existing plus the project, which is administrative record page 2093, there is one site that remains in excess, and it's site number 44, which I would note is the plaza at the train station. When you look at the orange dots on your map, number 44 is the plaza at the train station. And so the arguments that have been made by the appellant that this would create that gap wind effect, to me, there's an open-ended question about whether that's legitimately been addressed. We don't have a wind threshold statute like Oakland does, and so I recognize what your consultants used to come up with this document. And so I also have questions about the use of 36 miles per hour, because we have a lot of them that come in just below 36 miles per hour, right? But on this wind comfort issue, we're talking about a place where people stand, and I just wanted to know if you had a response to that particular location and factor. And I know your wind consultant isn't here, but that's my last question.
So let me make sure I understand. So that if we're looking at the Table 1 wind hazard conditions.
Table 2.
Table 2 wind comfort. Okay.
Yes. So on the second page, the back of it, location number 44.
Okay.
The middle column is existing plus project. Wind speed exceeded 10% of time, 14 miles per hour. Percentage of time it exceeded it, 22% of the time. and that says it exceeds the wind comfort level. And that is, if you look at your prior pages where you have your map, location number 44 is the plaza at the transit center. That's okay.
Hi, Aaron Ashley. I'm architect at Hart Howerton. These guys are the pros, and so it would be great for us to have RWDI in town, but they are the people who do this work in the country, and there's sort of all the different degrees of wind to study, and at the top end is the study that was done for this thing. The challenge that we have with any of this is that that location in particular is more driven by the appellant's more recently built tower than anything on our site. And we could go back and have them sort of adjust the model to reflect it before and after the appellant's Emery Station project. But because of where the prevailing winds come from, that's the most likely contributor. Now, I'm not a wind study, but I do look at these things all the time. And it's very likely that that participates in the issues that are happening there. So we can go back and analyze the PDP conditions using a sort of a faux model based on our best understanding of it. We can analyze the current one with and without other surrounding buildings that have been built since 2008. But to really drill in onto the causation of the wind issue is to really look at a lot of conditions that aren't just in our control.
Well, I understand that, but I guess that could have been explained in this document. If you thought there were other conditions for something that you're going to note in a table, that you've studied it, and that I appreciated that it was studied, to be honest with you. But if you're going to note that there's things that are in excess, then I would note that the project plus the cumulative, if you just follow it to the third column on that same page, it also is in excess. So but sure. If this was another location, if we were talking 63rd and Shell Mound, nobody's here appealing that. But the applicant who has the transit center across the way with the plaza is the applicant who's appealing it. So that's why I'm looking for an explanation.
And the last point I'd say, you already hit on this though, was that under CEQA, I call it the ever-expanding umbrella. We always have new impacts that we're always studying. San Francisco, Oakland, those are the only cities I'm aware that have wind thresholds. We relied on the wind consultants relied on what was in the EIR, and the EIR relies on the 36 miles per hour threshold. And, without an adopted threshold, that's what we're going after. There are plenty of cities that don't have adopted thresholds. They don't even analyze it in the EIR. And so just as an explanation of why there wasn't perhaps more narrative about the wind comfort levels, to me, it all comes back to the significance threshold and what was in the EIR.
Yeah. Okay, I'll save my comments for later. I have no more questions.
Any further clarifying questions? You got mine. I had the same place highlighted. Thank you. All right. I don't know what I did there. All right, we're going to open this up for public comment. It's going to be limited to 3 minutes per speaker. So do we have public comment on this item?
Good evening. I'm Nora Collins, and I'm here to speak on behalf of Avalon Bay. We're partners with City Center and have brought 289 units to the public market. We actually opened earlier this summer. We had our first 30 residents move in August. And so we know we've been under construction for the last 2.5 years and really excited that we've finally been able to open that up. And want to say that we're very supportive of the densification of Parcel B. We've been working with City Center for a number of years, and I think they've done a great job with the market overall and want to make sure that we can continue to grow the project. Not only that, but we also would like the opportunity to build our next 167 units on Parcel A, and we'd like to build them sooner rather than later. The longer we extend this process, the more issues we can have from a market cycle standpoint, and the longer we take to be able to have parking on Parcel B so that we can go ahead and start our construction on Parcel A. With how well C&D have gone thus far, we're really excited to get kicked off and would like to get this process moving. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any additional public comment on this item? Go ahead, Mr. Carpio.
I was looking at the building, the size of the building, and I was wondering if the wind effect is based on a Montfort scale, and if the Goodyear formula has been applied as to find out the impact on the building's foundation. This is important in a tall building. I don't know about this one here, but if the algorithm has not been made, then there is question, and the question I'm talking about is that on the insurance point of view, that the building liability may cause problem because the wind structure in itself affecting the building may impair the glass siding and things of that nature. So it's something that has not been addressed, but I'm wondering, I'm talking about dynamics of aerodynamics. Thank you.
Thank you.
Theory of flight.
Replace that thing so bad.
Okay, so this issue before us could be fairly described as I would call it like the clash of the titans, like $1 billion development corporation against another. So it's really kind of hard to have much sympathy for either side. However, I'm looking at it as a resident, looking at their histories of these two corporations, have they been good partners with us, or have they been good neighbors? And I'd have to give it to a marketplace development in that regard. Although, I certainly have had problems with marketplace development and the city center realty. But I'll just say this here. First of all, like the Wareham presentation that they just did was like dripping with sanctimony, which is really ironic. But we have to really look at why is Wareham and Mr. Robbins so upset about this building? And I think it's really obvious, and of course it's unsaid, that what Marketplace wants to do is build competitive office use for lab tech use that would compete with Mr. Robbins' tenants. So it's just about profit maximization for Mr. Robbins, I believe, and that's really what's going on here. All the sanctimonious talk about aesthetics notwithstanding. But having said all that, let me just say Mr. Robbins, Rich Robbins, sitting over here, and Wareham have donated to our schools, and they do it every year. Not much, but they do a little bit. And so to Mr. Stefan, you should also donate to the Emeryville Public Schools. He hasn't done that up till now, but I just had to say that about Rich Robbins. Okay, bad things about City Center. First of all, they said that they could not afford 11% affordability back when they came before the council, a previous iteration of the council. They said only 6% would pencil out. The council said, BS, we think you're BSing us. They said no. City Center came back later on and said, okay, it turns out we can do the 11%, so that was not appreciated. Plus, when they were talking about the family flexible housing versus our family-friendly regulations was not appreciated. Plus, the 0.2 acres of parkland that they gave us in trade for their project was the worst record of any developer that's built parkland in trade for a development. City Center was the worst in terms of residents per acre. It was like 0.2 acres, and I don't know how many residents, but terrible. But Wareham's worse. I mean, I could go on and on all night about Wareham. They've received millions of dollars in City Hall largesse over the years. They did a bait and switch on the transit center where they said they were going to take the toxics out of the soil, and then at the last minute, they decided to leave the toxins under the soil, and the council said okay to that, the Nora Davis Council. But essentially, I could just go on and on about the problems we've had with Wareham. I mean, they have really been bad neighbors, but I would give it to this decision over to City Center Marketplace Development.
Thank you. Any additional public comment on this item? Okay. Now we're going to close public comment. We're going to open it up for rebuttals. They will be limited to 5 minutes apiece. First, we'll have the rebuttal by the applicant.
Hi, Aaron Ashley again, partner and managing principal at Hart Howerton. They say you're an expert at something after 10,000 hours. Our firm has 20,000 456 hours into this project. You know, I've got 2,000, so I'm still working my way up to expertise. But it's in the time that we've spent here over the last 7 years to understand the complexity and the challenges of an urban site, right? This is not an easy place to work. We've got a rail line on one side, we've got toxic soil underneath us, we keep finding little treasures in the soil. We're implementing a PDP that had some real challenges in the market, right? We had a 100,000 square foot big box store at the north end on what is now Parcel D. That really didn't make sense when we met with the community. It didn't make sense in the market. It had a 14-story tower that today still wouldn't pencil as residential. And so the PDP was about a lot of our work, and the dozens of community meetings, council meetings, commission meetings were about translating the PDP into something that could get realized so that we could bring the city back together. Right, because the marketplace more than anything is this thing that stitches that part of Emeryville together. You come over the bridge and instead of traversing a parking lot, the idea is you're in a great walkable urban neighborhood. To clarify a point from earlier, the cumulative FDPs are about 90,000 square feet less commercial than the PDP. So even though there's more office on Parcel B, when you take the cumulative anticipated development in the PDP, by not doing the big box store and by thinking differently about where we put office and how we configured retail for success, it's a smaller footprint. So that contributes to the traffic counts and the overall sort of humanist dimensions of the place. You know, this, relative to parking, it's really hard to do mixed use. And you don't do mixed use by saying each building has to park itself. You know, that office building doesn't have a single parking space on the office, right? It's all parked across the street, currently above the grocery store and on the surface lots. You create a parking district and you try to get people to park once and then spend all the rest of the time out of their car. So Parcel B is parking a district of 11 acres of residential and park and retail and food courts. And while you can certainly reduce the office parking ratios, and that's what's happening around us in Emeryville, reducing retail, especially reducing food tenants, people who are coming here from all over West Berkeley and Oakland and Emeryville, it's just a surefire way to hamper the success of what's today a really cool food hall. You know, we live in the East Bay and we drive here all the time because our kids love the whale. You know, maybe a modest park, but that's a park that we thought hard about and brought someone from Denmark to make a really cool place. This project is full of amenity and it's built on the back of sort of market-ready development projects like Parcel B. So trying to defend ourselves against what seemed like last-minute frivolous, hey, we're experts at this building, we redesigned it for you. You're not. It's a really complex project. We got a lot of time into it. And to sort of undermine the thinking that went into this and the real market-based work is just really frustrating. So we hope you see through that and understand where we're coming from.
Thank you. Any clarifying questions from council? Okay. Then we have 5 minutes of rebuttal from the appellant.
Thank you again. I think from the testimony you've heard tonight that all of you have expressed significant questions that merit a public hearing. Just starting with the wind questions, the wind consultant's not here, and lawyers shouldn't be talking about wind. You really should hear from wind consultants on that. So on that point alone, on the design kind of evolved over essentially an 8-week period over the holidays last year with very minimal input from Wareham or its consultants. So the fact, you know, I understand that the applicant might not want feedback, but that's part of the public process that we all live with. So I would respectfully submit that there are enough questions here. I've shown you the conformity photo. How is the FDP in substantial conformance with the PDP? How is the FDP in conformance with the conditions of approval? How does it include stepped back upper floors and appropriate height transitions? How does it avoid blank walls? How does it avoid building heights that don't exceed the PDP? I respectfully disagree with Ms. McLean. I think the plans that you approved, which show 5 levels and 2 levels, those don't equate to 120 feet across the whole site. 120 feet across a whole site would not be 120,000 square feet. It would be a lot more development than that. So the plans that you approved don't comport with that statement. How is in terms of the wind issue, It's the 36 mile per hour criterion, which is not your criterion, but is specified in the mitigation measure, only applies to the bridge. In terms of and it says for other areas, avoid getting to that level. So if you look at even the wind study that was done by the applicant, half of those locations are going to have wind speeds of 26 miles per hour or more. Some of them closer to the 36 mile per hour hazard conditions. At 26 miles per hour, use of umbrellas is difficult. Hair is blown straight, not my hair, but your hair. Walking steadily becomes difficult, and wind noise is unpleasant. So that's the kind of conditions that would be created at half of the locations, even under the applicant's study. How is the analysis consistent? How is the FDP consistent with the general plan, which has urban design element policies and transportation policies? How is the analysis consistent with CEQA? Both experts in the CEQA area plainly say the baseline is adjusted such that the approved project is your baseline. That analysis wasn't done here. Respectfully, the public art looks nice, but you as a body don't have any control over that. Once the FDP is designed, how are you going to be assured you're going to get the Bay Bridge lights? Or how is Wareham going to be assured that the art is going to mitigate what is a 470-foot long wall? Why can't viable alternatives be implemented? In terms of the deference issue, I would agree with Ms. McLean that there is a fair amount of deference obviously involved in the land use process. But in terms of interpretation of your conditions and the PDP, that's a zoning ordinance. That's a question of law that's reviewed independently by a court. So I think there are enough questions here that it merits a full public hearing, and Wareham respectfully asks for one. Thank you.
Thank you. Any clarifying questions? Nope. Thank you so much. Okay. Thank you, everyone involved, for keeping it succinct and direct. I really appreciate that. So now we're going to open it up for City Council deliberation and questions. Scott, would you like to kick us off?
I looked at some of the wind issues, and there's no substantial difference between the Wareham provided design that we're looking at right there and the final design. The differences are just negligible, and I think that basically, and that's, if that site is going to control wind, pretty much the wind is going to be controlled by having that much parking. Parking tends to baffle wind pretty well. I mean, I've seen a lot of wind walls designed, and it's structured parking like that just naturally tends to baffle wind. So I don't think wind is the issue on this site. I think that's pretty resolved. The whole, is it in substantial conformance? That seems to be like a real legalese issue. And our planning commission and staff seems to think that it is in substantial conformance, that the final design can, vary some, and that extra square footage that's in this site is compensated by the overall site use. So, that seems, they're going to go where the lack of lawsuits go. So that judgment seems pretty good to me. The stepping back concept of the upper floors, while that is desirable, doesn't seem to be a requirement that I can see. Would we be liable by not having our building step back, even though it's a desirable aesthetic thing? I don't see us being liable for that. And while I respect that as an idea aesthetically, our planning commission seems to think that this is fine given the overall project. I just think that they've been through it twice. We should go with that. So I am for denying the appeal and move on.
Thank you. Member Martinez?
I'm eager to see this parcel developed. That being said, my thoughts when going through the record were mostly around art and wind. So thank you, CCRP, for bringing your art consultant forward and emphasizing the fact that something bold and colorful was the focus. I did consider the artists that are included in the application, but I do want to say that I don't consider every single example included in the application to be colorful. That's just not how I would describe Mr. Moeller's work, for instance, if he identifies as a Mr. So that's, if this were to come back for another hearing, I would hope that we'd be further along in your process and we would know more about what that art would look like on the east and west elevations. No. As far as the wind study goes, I feel I need more information. I don't feel like I have an answer as to the adequacy of the wind studies and whether there's been an appropriate analysis and review of the wind studies. And I'm also sensitive to the lack of opportunity for public review of the wind studies that were provided. So I have to say I'm leaning towards setting a hearing.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Potts?
Clarifying, yeah. I'm sorry, setting a hearing for us or sending it back to the Planning Commission?
Setting a hearing.
For us, okay. I'm still working my way through all of this. It's a lot of information, so I'd love to, if I don't mind, ask to hear from Member Bowders.
Sure. I think for me, the issues I identified in going through this have been, discussed here. I had concerns about the wind study and the prudence of not doing one, or the imprudence, I guess you would say, of not doing one until we got a letter in March that I found wholly inadequate. And then there was a submission at the last minute of a wind study, and it received no staff presentation, no applicant presentation. And I felt like that was a big mistake, especially since the city council remanded it on that basis. And so I feel like it hasn't been studied. And the other issue I have that lingers, I'm willing to accept the parking explanations that have been given, and some of the issues about moving massing, generally speaking. But in the findings of fact from July 15th, 2008, this is Exhibit 7, the proposed project would alter the intrinsic architectural character of the project site and its surroundings was the impact of one of the findings in it. Mitigation measure, creating a streetscape vitality and enhancing the pedestrian experience through detailed treatment of building facades, including entryways, fenestration, and signage, vertical walls broken up with architectural detailing, protruding and recessed tower elements, step back upper floors to provide appropriate building height transitions to adjacent buildings, and through the use of carefully chosen building materials, texture, and color. None of those say art. Design of building facades shall include sufficient articulation to detail to avoid the appearance of blank walls or box-like forms. And the building, I really try to be deferential to architecture, because every architect has their own point of view, and they all like their point of view. And I'm not an architect, and so I've learned to be careful about that. But I have a hard time believing that we have conclusively met that, and I did not hear a lot of robust discussion at the Planning Commission about it, and I think the explanation to the prior comments that were made by Councilmember Martinez, the explanation that we should just trust the art selection, is basically asking us to forego our right to determine whether this has been successfully mitigated and trust you. And so while I'm excited and interested about world-class art, I think hinging something as important as an appeal on a promise to make it what you've promised and make it articulated and meet this mitigation measure, I think is a is a bit risky. So I think it should be set for hearing, and you should be given more time to explain to us how you're going to do that conclusively.
Thank you. You know, we've all spent a lot of time reading through these documents. Fortunately, this is not the kind of thing we do every single month here at the City of Emeryville, and for that I am extremely grateful. When I was reading through this, the issues of wind, the massing, boxiness, articulation, and parking were the key things that kept coming up, and some of those have been pretty well addressed here. I do think there are some outstanding questions about the wind, and when I look at that image that shows 120 feet carefully bordered in the center of a building that has other heights demarked on it, to me it clearly reads that it should only be for the center part of that. So for that, I think there is a significant question over whether or not it should be 120 feet for the entire length of the parcel. I think that is debatable and worthy of consideration in a hearing for myself at least. And I'm curious to hear what my fellow council members think. Vice Mayor Pats?
So I've been thinking about this a lot and reading through it all, and to me it comes down to, this is a process question. I think the challenge we have is, has everything been given a chance to be gone through? And you know, I take issue with the 10,000 hours to become an expert. That was just a number somebody came up with, and it's been found not to be as accurate as people think. And I'm not an expert on planning. I have far less than 10,000 hours, but one of the things that stood out from my training is that you get stuff at the last minute. You have to consider it, and that's part of the process. But I think you as the applicant, knowing that this is what the whole appeal was based on, making sure that that gets a fair hearing and gets out to the public in time, and I hear that you got it, and I appreciate that you said you got it the day before, but it really hinges on that study. That was the big reason we sent it back to the Planning Commission the first time, and to not have that out there, something that complicated, that technical, so people can come in and weigh in on it, makes me think that this just needs a longer conversation, and so I support the idea of moving to a hearing.
Is there a motion?
I'll move to set this item for a hearing on November 5th, 2019.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Bouders?
Aye.
Councilmember Donahue?
No.
Councilmember Martinez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Pats?
Aye.
And Mayor Medina.
Aye. Do we have a... That's it? Okay. Next up, 12.2, resolution of the City Council of the City of Emeryville amending the membership composition of the Commission on Aging and amending the local roster boards, commissions, committees accordingly.
Mayor and Council, just briefly, traditionally we've had a problem keeping people on the Commission on Aging, and in an effort to cure that problem, the Commission itself discussed it and would like to change the makeup of the Commission to include 7 residents, and then additionally 1 community member who could live or work in Emeryville, and then finally 1 resident from the 94608 area code, which includes parts of it that are not in Emeryville, but they are big users of the senior center. So that was the thinking behind that, but keeping it at 9 members.
Okay. Thank you. Is that the entirety of the staff report?
That's it.
Any public, any clarifying questions on this?
Nope.
Any public comment on this item? Nope.
Move the resolution.
Second.
Okay, please call the roll.
Councilmember Bouders?
Aye.
Councilmember Donahue?
Aye.
Councilmember Martinez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Pats?
Aye.
And Mayor Medina.
Aye. Okay. Next up, League of Cities California Annual Conference Resolutions packet. What we've all been waiting for.
Wheel out the alcohol.
So this item is just for council to give its guidance to your voting delegate when they attend the annual conference on the 2 resolutions that were submitted that were in your packet.
Thank you. Does this delegate want to give a brief update on those before we move to public comment? There's no one here. What? We'll do public comment on this item.
So there's 2 resolutions that the league is considering. The resolution, first one is to ask the PUC to amend Rule 20A to add projects in very high fire hazard severity zones to the list of eligibility criteria. That's the Rule 20A PG&E funded undergrounding projects. And the second resolution is to call upon the federal and state governments to address the devastating impacts of international transboundary pollution flowing into the southernmost regions of California and the Pacific Ocean. And those are the only two resolutions that you've been asked to provide guidance to your voting delegate. Councilmember Martinez.
Thank you. I've been asked to consider the second one first.
Move to support.
I'll second. Oh, cool. We've got a motion from Member Bowders. We've got a second from Vice Mayor Pats. He slightly beat me to the punch. Please call the roll.
This is the second resolution, just to be clear.
Yes. Dirty water.
We're not going to say the title of it again.
Councilmember Bowders.
Aye.
Councilmember Donahue.
Aye.
Councilmember Martinez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Pats.
Aye.
And Mayor Medina.
Aye. Okay, on to the first resolution.
Yeah, the first one's a little stickier. It's asking the ratepayers to pay for undergrounding in wealthy communities, I might add, where people choose to live in high fire risk areas. And they would like the ratepayers of California to pay for their undergrounding.
Places like Rancho Palos Verdes that said, we're not prioritized, we're technically in the fire zone, but we're not prioritized because we don't have arterial and transit corridors, which is what qualifies to move to the front of the line. And so we'd like other people to pay. I will note that the city of Berkeley has, so there's four rules, 20A, B, C, and D. The motion or the request from the applying cities is to approve this amendment to 20A, which would allow these fire fringe cities, we'll say, these wealthy suburbs, to move to the front of the line or be considered equally at a high level for consideration. Rule 20D is a rule that allows for investment to do undergrounding in such zones, but it was limited to the San Diego area by the PUC, its original application of the rule. And so it does create a separate grant process for projects with its own thing, but right now it's limited to San Diego. And Berkeley, I think, seeing the same thing we are seeing, says rather than approve 20A, why not allow for the expansion of 20D across the state? And so if nobody objects, I would be happy to make a motion to approve supporting Councilmember Martinez taking a position consistent with Berkeley, which would allow us to say we support amending 20D to make it a statewide program as opposed to a San Diego program, but not actually expand 20A to do all this other stuff. But I wanted to just open that up. Susan Wengraff contacted me and talked to me about it.
I
so.
see. Is she on one of the policy committees? Because I don't serve on any of the policy committees. Because generally what comes to the General Assembly is a yay or nay vote.
It's a rubber stamp on policy.
It's a rubber stamp on, what the policy. So I can very loudly say no to 20A. But I don't know if I'll have an opportunity to influence with any nuance.
We could give you authority to support 20D if
that
Berkeley
comes
wants
through.
to do it. Yeah,
that comes through.
It is listed in the thing as an alternative in the report here. So
right. So it has. But we'll see if anyone can pull that through policy. Then I would be happy to entertain that if that's the will of the board.
Sure. Yes, they make it hard to find the policy committees when they don't want you to disagree with them. So just allow half an hour to find which room they're in.
Yeah.
They just plan a bunch of parties at the same time. So
you were the league rep last year, or was someone else?
Not me.
It was you last year, wasn't it?
Never again.
Well, I think we're all taking turns because Diane. So I've been recruited to be on the public safety committee, which I'm going to probably regret doing it. But I'm going to do it for a year. And so they said they need progressive public safety people. And they said everybody else has left. And they said we were given 3 names and you're one of them. And I asked one of the people who left and she's like, you're going to hate yourself and you're going to drink a lot. But so I think next year will be my turn at the whipping post and I will take the league on for 1 year. But I would like to make then a motion to oppose Resolution 1 but give Councilmember Martinez the authority to support
second
number 20D.
Yeah, go for it. Have fun. Be the one hated by the league this year. It was me for the last 2 years.
Everybody has a turn.
I've gotten yelled at so much. I second it. Let's go. Call the roll.
Councilmember Bowders.
Aye.
Councilmember Donahue.
Aye.
Councilmember Martinez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Pats.
Aye.
And Mayor Medina.
Aye.
Quick work of that.
Okay. 12.4, potential revenue measure for 2020.
Ooh, city manager's coming up.
Her legs fell asleep, that's why.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, this is following up on a presentation that we gave last spring in May after speaking to the Budget and Governance Committee about the possibility of revenue measures in 2020. That was also one of your council priorities and goals for this fiscal year. So we have an opportunity, if you so choose, to direct staff to proceed forward to place a measure on the ballot in March of 2020. We have 60 days to do that. One of the items that you had discussed last spring was a 1/4-cent sales tax measure that would fund a series of things that are detailed in the report that's before you this evening. AB 723 was passed by the legislature. I think we're still waiting for the governor to sign it, but indications are that he will. That legislation confirms that there is room within the countywide sales tax cap for Emeryville to put such a measure on the ballot in March. So what we have done, I should just say what I have done to take the heat, if there is any, is proceeded forward to engage a consultant team to conduct a poll and put together the ballot measure information that you would need to consider if you wanted to do this. So we have that team ready to go if you give us that direction tonight. We would conduct the poll in October. We would request that you set a special meeting on October 29th to consider the results of that poll. We would try to bring the draft legislation that night. And then we would need to have you take action no later than December 3rd to finally adopt the legislation to place on the ballot and to call the election. And then that election would be coterminous with the March 2020 primary, the California primary. So to remind you, what you had discussed last spring would be a 1/4-cent sales tax measure, which would raise approximately, mezmez, $2 million, probably $2.2 million, to fund a series of services, additional firefighter positions, additional police officer positions, a code enforcement officer, an assistant engineer, and then the remainder would go into a fund balance that would fund the city's subsidy for the Emeryville Child Development Center and/or capital improvement projects. So we are before you tonight, my colleague, the city clerk, and I, asking for your direction about whether to proceed forward with such a measure.
Thank you. Any clarifying questions? Okay, seeing none, I'll open up for public comment. Seeing none, any discussion, or you just want to move it?
So the only things you need from us in terms of direction, we all agree March is necessary, right?
Yes.
So we're preparing for a March election, a 1/4-cent sales tax. Do you need details on the positions that you read out loud right now, or is what you read sufficient for yourself?
If this is what the council is willing to support for this measure, we may not use this exact list, but we will use these services as part of crafting the questions.
Yeah.
Okay.
And should we set that special council meeting tonight on the 29th?
We could do that during future scheduling.
Okay, so I would just say a couple things. One, I want to thank Nicola DeLuca and Townsend Public Affairs and staff. For those who don't recall, AB 617 was vetoed because of a lot of miscommunication with people inside the governor's administration and the Department of Tax and Finance. And there was a lot of work done behind the scenes to work with finance and get ourselves back into the game in this other bill and come up with a creative solution to make sure that we could definitely put this before the voters. And there was a lot of good reasons why it should be done in March, and we are in a good place. So I think that I want to thank the city manager for taking the heat, because that was the right thing to do to get things underway for this, and that's consistent with the council's prior interest and statements. So those are my comments, but I'll move it if people don't want me to, but I'm happy to hear other people. I know you want to say something over there.
I just quickly, I've been talking with the city manager about the list of services and things, and so what I have some thoughts on, which I don't think are appropriate for the moment, but so I just want to clarify that they're very broad strokes at this point, but I have some specific suggestions for thoughts and things. So I just want to plant that seed now. And
when we, Madam Mayor, when we bring back the ballot question and the measure itself, we'll need to refine this obviously substantially, so that would be the time.
Yeah, that's what I want to make sure of.
Great.
3 minutes?
No.
Okay.
Fantastic. Okay. Yes, Member Martinez.
In addition to thanking staff and Nicolo DeLuca at Townsend, I want to thank Councilmember Bowders for his work on this issue and his work behind the scenes and making sure that we have a vehicle to at the state level to make sure that we haven't met our cap for revenue.
Thanks.
Taxes.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Okay. Is there a motion?
I'll move to, motion to authorize you to move forward. Is that what you technically want?
Fine.
Motion.
second.
Motion to authorize the city manager to do the polling and all other work necessary consistent with the council's discussion.
Second. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Bowders.
Aye.
Councilmember Donahue.
Aye.
Councilmember Martinez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Pats.
Aye.
And Mayor Medina.
Aye. Okay. Department head reports.
Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, this is my report to you on the Planning Commission's actions at their most recent meeting, which was on September 26th. It was a fairly short meeting. They swore in, I should say the city clerk swore in the new planning commissioner, Deepak Sohani. They also approved their meeting schedule for 2020, which will be the same as it always is, the fourth Thursday of every month, except November and December, where it will be the second Thursday of December. And then they held a study session on bird-safe building standards, which was, as previously noted, will be coming your way on November 5th. That concludes my report. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Any questions? Okay, seeing none. Future agenda item requests from
Madam
council
Mayor, just a Public Works update on behalf of our Public Works Department. The Greenway Crossings project did begin. You'll see some more changes in terms of bicyclists and pedestrians having to navigate some closures.
I have been rerouted 3 times today.
Yeah.
On my run on the Greenway.
So that's proceeding. So just bringing that to your attention. And then you will be receiving a copy of a letter that we're sending out on the Ashby interchange and the Vista Point, our comments to Caltrans. You'll look for that hopefully tomorrow or Thursday in advance of a meeting as the design of that project proceeds. That was presented to the Public Works and Transportation Commission a bit ago, but we'd like to bring you up to speed on the comments that we're making now, so please look out for that letter.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, can I just express my gratitude to the city manager for wearing the additional hat of Public Works Director? It has not escaped us. We see your name on the reports.
Cheers.
So
Doing
thank
literally
you.
3 jobs
Thank
at
you.
once.
Thank you.
Fun. It's a good team. I'm enjoying it.
Great. Okay, thank you for that report. Any future agenda item requests from council members?
Can I make a request to set a special meeting on October 29th to review the results of polling on a quarter-cent sales tax and give staff future instructions? And additionally, if anyone wants to come in costume.
Yeah.
This is a challenge
It's the
because I have
day.
not dressed up for Halloween in probably 20 years. So I'm gonna have to really. That's a challenge for me. The rest of the subject matter is easy. The challenge is I'm gonna have to Vice Mayor Pats is gonna have to tell me this because he came as Ursula and he totally blew my socks off that year with the costume. So I'm gonna contact you for costume tips. I think I support the request.
We don't need to do a group costume like last year. Nothing will top that. That's still
it's
my
really
profile
That's technically
picture.
true. The red
Handmaid's Tale.
Handmaid's Tale. Thank you.
Are they discussing whether or not it's legal for us to mandate this be a costume event?
We're not mandating it. We're
Totally voluntary.
And we can
No,
discuss our
everyone.
costumes.
I do
yeah,
think
right?
we should theme. We should theme.
Okay,
we
yes.
did last year.
It's not a Brown Act violation to theme off.
If we
line,
came up with a
right?
theme of what to wear, that's fine.
I'm looking for a
Legal
looking at the
opinion.
city attorney.
It's not on a city council agenda what we wear. We're not that ridiculous.
What a council member wears as a Halloween costume.
We can
is
talk about it
not-
as a
Is
group.
not within the purview of the city council.
And we could talk about
Yet.
like all 5 of
Let's
us.
be
could
very
discuss
clear.
it.
It's a
So
yes.
it's not within the purview of the Brown Act.
Give it
Not
5
within the
minutes.
purview of the
Okay, so the
think we have a new
direction, we have a consensus for that meeting on that date at that time.
Thank you.
5 p.m.?
5 o'clock.
Cool.
Oh, wait a second.
Five.
Wait a second.
We can
What day of the
start
week
it
is
later.
I would
Let's
love
focus,
5.
people. Focus. Okay. We can.
It's the 5th Tuesday.
Crap. It's soccer.
The 29th.
Yeah.
You said the 5th Tuesday, you meant the 29th.
Whatever the last
It's
Tuesday
the
in
fifth
October
Tuesday of
is.
the month.
Oh, the 5th Tuesday, I thought you meant the 5th, like the 5th of November, sorry. Okay, so I fly back from Chicago that day, and I land currently at 1:30.
Cool.
So
You'll make it.
Chicago at the end of October.
Would you prefer a 6 o'clock start time?
I'll do 5, but
Let's do
if
6.
somebody's not here, can we delay the start of it? If I'm
No, let's just do
Start
6. Let's make it safe.
Okay.
6 o'clock.
6 o'clock. That work better for your soccer schedule?
No, soccer starts at 6. I have to miss every other week.
Okay, sorry.
Sorry.
We live.
3 weeks in this month. Whew, bad dad award.
That's our only agenda item, though, or are we gonna have other agenda items? Because
It'll be a single-purpose meeting for that purpose,
Okay.
especially if you'd like to discuss the legislation. That will take some time.
okay, perfect.
Thank you. Any other future agenda items? Okay, seeing none, I'm gonna adjourn this sucker at 10:38. John, you're off by an hour and 12 minutes.
Do we keep these?